per coloro che avrebbero bisogno di un testo in inglese, così dell'introduzione. I have some text in English of the introduction. Yeah. Yeah. No, il mio sarà, I will speak in English now. I will. Dear ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, honored guests from near and afar, valued students, and all those joining us online, good afternoon. My name is Isabella Bruckner. I'm one of the three organizers of this international conference, besides Gemma Serrano from the Collège de Bernardins in Paris, and Anna Söberg from Uppsala University in Sweden. I'm delighted to welcome you all to our international colloquium, Corruptio, optimi, quae, pessima, exploring Ivan Illich as a theological thinker, here in the Pontifical Ateneo in Rome, Pontifical Ateneo Sant'Anselmo in Rome. This is, we can say, a historic moment, for not only are we celebrating the 100th anniversary of Ivan Illich's birth, but we are also holding the first conference on Illich's work from a genuinely theological perspective here in Rome, at least as far as I know. First and foremost, I extend my warm greetings to the rector of Sant'Anselmo, Professor Father Jaakko Fehervari, who will address us in a moment and deliver the greetings of the prefect of the Dicastery of Culture and Education, His Eminence José Tolentino Cardinal de Mendoza, who highly appreciates the work of the Austrian Croatian intellectual in discussion. Further, we are honored to have scholars joining us from across the globe, from Austria, Canada, France, Germany, Mexico, Sweden, and of course also from Italy. Thank you very much to everyone who came here or who is taking the time to be with us online. Before I briefly introduce the theme of the conference, I would like to ask now Father Jaakko to honor us with a few words of welcome. And Father Jaakko will speak in Italian, and I have with me the il saluto, the greetings of the Cardinal, also in English translation. Mm-hmm.
Caloroso benvenuto tutte e tutti che partecipate a questo convegno internazionale su Ivan Illich, organizzato in collaborazione da diversi istituti, dal nostro Pontificio Ateneo Sant'Anselmo, dal Collège di Bernardins di Parigi e dall'Università di Uppsala. È sempre una gioia di ospitare un evento che è organizzato in collaborazione, ci sta veramente al cuore di sviluppare questi rapporti interistituzionali, quindi un benvenuto dalla mia parte. Ho il piacere e l'onore di condividere con voi la lettera di saluto di Sua Eminenza José Tolentino de Mendoza, cardinale prefetto del Dicastero per la Cultura e l'Educazione. Permettetemi di leggerlo in integralità in italiano. È con viva gratitudine che rivolgo il mio saluto ai partecipanti alla conferenza internazionale Corruptio, optimi, quae, pessima, exploring Ivan Illich as a Theological Thinker, ospitata dal Pontificio Ateneo Sant'Anselmo e dalla Pontificia Università Gregoriana. L'iniziativa merita apprezzamento anzitutto per la scelta di affrontare il pensiero di Ivan Illich nella sua dimensione specificamente teologica. Troppo spesso, infatti, la ricezione della sua opera si è concentrata sulla critica istituzionale, la scuola, la medicina, i trasporti, senza cogliere il nucleo generatore di quella critica che è di natura schiettamente evangelica. Illich resta una figura singolare nel paesaggio intellettuale del Novecento, un pensatore che ha saputo abitare il confine tra profezia e analisi, tra ascesi e critica delle istituzioni, senza mai concedere nulla alla retorica della denuncia fine a se stessa. Il titolo che avete scelto per questa conferenza è di per sé un programma teologico. Corruptio, optimi, quae, pessima non è soltanto un adagio medievale, è una chiave ermeneutica che attraversa l'intera storia della salvezza. Illich vi leggeva la dinamica profonda della modernità occidentale. L'idea che le strutture nate dalla carità cristiana, l'ospedale, la scuola, la cura dell'altro, possano rovesciarsi nel loro contrario quando perdono il legame con la gratuità che le ha generate. Non si tratta di un pessimismo culturale, ma di un discernimento che nasce dalla fede. Illich sapeva che il male più insidioso non viene dal di fuori, ma dalla deformazione di ciò che è stato concepito come bene. Ciò che rende Illich un pensatore propriamente teologico e non semplicemente un critico sociale è precisamente questo. Egli non si fermava alla diagnosi delle patologie istituzionali, ma risaliva alla sorgente, alla parabola del Samaritano, alla libertà del dono, alla vulnerabilità dell'incontro, per mostrare che la corruzione del meglio non è un incidente di percorso, ma una tentazione permanente iscritta nella storia della grazia. La sua analisi della scuola obbligatoria, del sistema sanitario, della professionalizzazione della cura non era animata da spirito anarchico, ma dalla memoria viva di un altro modo di stare accanto all'altro, quello del samaritano che agisce per libera compassione e non per mandato istituzionale. In un tempo in cui la riflessione sulla cultura e sull'educazione è chiamata a misurarsi con trasformazioni profonde, dall'intelligenza artificiale alla crisi ecologica, dalla frammentazione sociale alla ridefinizione stessa del sapere, il metodo di Illich conserva una fecondità notevole. Auspico che i lavori di questi giorni possano restituire a Illich il suo spessore teologico pieno, sottraendolo tanto alla riduzione sociologica quanto all'appropriazione ideologica. La sua lezione ci invita a una vigilanza spirituale che è anche sempre un atto di speranza. Buon lavoro a tutti voi. José Tolentino, cardinale de Mendoza, prefetto del Dicastero per la cultura e l'educazione. Ecco, e anche in qualità di direttore di questo Pontificio Ateneo, anche vi auguro buon lavoro e buoni frutti di questa collaborazione. Grazie.
Thank you very much, Padre Rettore, Father Jaco, for these beautiful, nice words, and also for these kind words, and for delivering us the greetings of Cardinal Tolentino de Mendoza. As we have already heard in these opening remarks, we gather in those days to delve into the profound and often challenging work of Ivan Illich, a thinker and for some of us also a friend, whose critiques of modern institutions, inspired by his faith in the incarnation of the Word and in the resurrection of the flesh, and whose meticulous archaeological reconstruction of cultural practices continue to resonate with striking relevance. In the background, you can see a painting that shows the hanging and burning of the Dominican reformer of the Italian Renaissance, Girolamo Savonarola, in Florence on May 23 in 1498. According to Illich's own testimony, this uncomfortable preacher has profoundly fascinated him as a teenager when he lived in the capital city of Tuscany together with his family. Illich, much like the fiery 15th century Florentine reformer Savonarola, fearlessly confronted the established orders of his time, albeit with a pen rather than from a pulpit. Savonarola railed against the corruption he perceived within the church and society, calling for a radical return to simpler, more authentic Christian living. His impassioned sermons sought to dismantle the very structures he believed led to spiritual decay. When Illich was invited by his old friend, the historian Paolo Prodi, to deliver the closing address at a series of events organized to mark the upcoming 500th anniversary of Savonarola's death, Illich sought to portray Savonarola's life in the final days before his execution as, I cite now, a model for one's attitude toward the church, as well as the character of a man who knew how to die in an extraordinarily beautiful way. The art of dying for Illich was essentially connected to the art of living. It concerns a virtue that we have completely or almost entirely lost sight of these days. The reason for that will be analyzed in more detail, I think, within the next few days. Not unlike Savonarola, Illich cast a critical gaze upon what he saw as the debilitating aspects of modernity's grand institutions. We heard it: education, medicine, and even development itself. On human which debilitating effects they had on human flourishing, autonomy, and friendship. He questioned the hidden agenda, the unintended dependencies, and the spiritual impoverishment that paradoxically can accompany systems designed to serve us. Both Illich and Savonarola, in their distinct eras, urged a profound re-evaluation of the societal norms and issued a prophetic call for liberation from forms of bondage that were often unrecognized by those ensnared within them. It is undeniable that the world community is currently experiencing a time of crisis with numerous new war zones, the resurgence of totalitarian regimes, the difficulty or unwillingness of economic and political players to face the urgency and the ecological question, and the incalculable revolution by artificial intelligence. However, the term crisis should not be solely interpreted in the sense of disaster. Rather, it could be understood in its original Greek sense, derived from the word krinein, which implies a profound process of discernment concerning the future life and constitution of the Church and the world. Pope Francis has already emphasized the necessity of a transdisciplinary approach in the Apostolic Constitution Veritatis Gaudium, for which Ivan Illich's work can be a flagship to confront these problems. With his critical works of the 1960s and 70s, Illich belonged to one of the most read and well-received Catholic intellectuals outside of the ecclesial and theological bubble of his time. Hence, given the current state of theology within the university context, this colloquium can also be seen as a political gesture aiming to highlight problems, offer suggestions, and illuminate perspectives regarding the future role of the Church, the Christian witness, and the reflection of faith in contemporary societies. Nevertheless, as we have pointed out in our invitation to the speakers, the purpose of this colloquium is not to establish yet another critique of modernity, nor not rehabilitate any particular institution. We gathered to examine Ivan Illich's method in order to learn to see together what is at stake in the folds of language, in everyday gestures, in the dispositives that organize our practices, and within the institutions themselves. Illich's vocabulary is not normative. It aims at reshaping our perception. His method is not a program, but a gestural and embodied practice. It consists in stripping words bare, identifying thresholds of inversion, disenchanting perception, defending the vernacular, converting the gaze, speaking from the margins, inventing counter-conduct, analyzing sensory regimes, and recognizing the injuries produced by institutional operations. With the provocative title, Corruptio, optimi, quae, pessima, we take up Illich's hermeneutical lens which studies, I quote, modernity as an extension of the history of the Church, however, not as its fulfillment, but rather as a perversion of the Christian message. At the heart of this theological discourse lies the belief in the incarnation and the newly opened possibility by Jesus to love anyone or befriend anyone one chooses or who chooses one, something that Illich saw highly at risk in today's world. In this sense, the above mentioned or the before mentioned gestures belong to the ascetic and prophetic dimension of theology. They return theology to its humus, to the fragile, risky embodied event that grounds it. They provide resources for resisting forms of domination that present themselves as the fulfillment of the good. Illich's work not only provides new perspectives for re-examining theological topics, but also encourages a meta-discussion about the broader landscape of theological reasoning. This meta-discussion is essential in addressing the challenges faced by church and society. However, Illich's method is not a framework to be applied, but a form of discernment that requires shared and convivial work to identify what has remained alive in the heritage we carry and to determine what needs to be questioned, changed, or let go of. And I hope that in these days we can do a little bit something of this convivial work. It urges us to re-establish the connections between theology and the human sciences and to bridge the gap between theory and practice, thereby reuniting the realms of theology and lived spirituality. Therefore, within the expansive scope of Illich's diverse fields of research, this colloquium aims to explore and uncover the contemporary theological potential hidden within his perspectives. I draw shortly on the program which we are facing in these days. Please come in. And I want to share with you the flyer so that you can see it more easily, also online. Please sit down. Welcome. We have divided our program into several sections that are meant to capture more or less Illich's main topics of study. In a way, the titles of the sections serve as a map of and a hint to central theological gestures present in Illich. The first section, the gospel and its corruption, starts us with Illich's basic hermeneutical hermeneutical idea through which we reinterpret conventional notions of the genealogy of modernity. The second section tonight, A Hedge Rider Between the Worlds, points out the zigzagging and metaphorical mode of bridging or crossing disciplinary and epochal or cultural boundaries for which Illich's work stands. Tomorrow, we will start with the gestures of passing. The first section, entitled Past Watersheds, will address two central institutions, that is schooling and medicine, which played an essential role in Illich's investigations. These institutions will be examined in terms of their functionality or dysfunctionality, as well as their symbolic effects in today's context. In the subsequent section, embodiment and disembodiment of perception, we tackle one of Illich's core issues of his later phase, that is, the history of bodily perception, which, according to his bold thesis, cannot be understood as having remained unchanged over the centuries. A discussion about the complexity of tools will open tomorrow's afternoon section at the Gregoriana. It will interrogate the connection between gestures and prolonging or supporting objects. We will end then tomorrow's evening, still at the Gregoriana, with two contributions which, according to the principle of hidden narratives, follow Illich's own gesture of deconstructing dominant historical narratives or bringing to the light those strands that have not been told or have been fallen into oblivion or simply have not been told yet. The sixth and last section of our conference, which will then take place again here in Sant'Anselmo, will envision possibilities and perspectives for thinking politics differently, with insights and inspirations from daily lives in the European and also Latin American context. Please note that there has been a change in the program on Saturday. In light of the recent publication of the book La Chiesa senza potere, altri scritti scelti, 1955 fino al 1985, with Castelvecchi, we are pleased that the director of the book series, Teologia delle Periferie, Theology from the Margins, Don Sergio Masseroni from the Vatican Secretariat of State, as well as Professor Roberto Maia from the Università Cattolica del Sacro Cuore di Milano, who wrote the afterword of this book, will present us this book shortly. The book launch and the subsequent discussion will hopefully make them will be the end, more or less, with the conclusions of our conference. As you all know, organizing an international colloquium requires many helping hands and an adequate budget. Therefore, I want to thank all donors and helpers of this event. First of all, the supporters of Sant'Anselmo, then the Riksbankens Jubileumsfonds, I hope I pronounced it well, the Research Center Religion and Transformation of Vienna University, the Collège de Bernardins of Paris, and the Zentrum Religion, Kirche und Gesellschaft im Wandel of the Catholic University of Eichstätt-Ingolstadt for the financial and structural support, as well as the Faculty of History and Cultural Heritage at the Pontifical Gregorian University, where we will be tomorrow afternoon, and that co-organized it, so therefore co-organized also this event or the day of tomorrow. I want to thank, from all my heart, Claudia Burger from the headmaster's office, as well as all the other administrative staff members at Sant'Anselmo, then Sister Maura Zattoni and Father Joseph Hudson, who were open to help us with the moderation, Dr. Andreas Telser and Stefano Chiarolla for their constant support in the last few weeks and during these very days, and all the scholars of the chair Christian thought and spiritual practice who have helped with the reception of guests and with many other small gestures and services to make this event happen. Thanks to you all, and also to you participants who join us here and who discuss with us. And of course, also all who prepared a speech, a talk for this event. Thank you very much. Let me wrap up this introduction with a few organizational points. Due to the fact that we could gather a wonderfully diverse international group of speakers, we have made provisions for presentations in mainly in English and then also in Italian. The moderation will be held in the language of the respective lecture. To facilitate the best possible and most productive communication and discussion, we have organized simultaneous translation services for the tomorrow's Italian contributions at the Gregoriana. And then we have printed always the English contributions, the English written contributions to help us in understanding the English. During our breaks, coffee will be served for all participants. Upstairs, the weather is good, so I think we can be outside in the cloister. And then our students will, over there, Elisenda and Annalisa, two scholars of the chair, they will help you if you need help with the orientation here in the house, or if you have any other needs, or you can ask them and they will be there for you. As previously mentioned, tomorrow afternoon our colloquium will be held at the Pontifical Gregorian University. There, the coffee break will take place in the main building. However, the lectures and discussions will be held in a building called Palazzo Frascara, located in the same square, Piazza della Pilotta, but so it is next to the main building and not directly in the main building. And we can walk together to find it, or to be sure that we will find it. We plan to publish the lectures in one of the next issues of the interdisciplinary open access journal Religion and Transformation of the University of Vienna as fast as possible after the conference. And the speakers will shortly receive more detailed information via email. But you won't, you won't miss anything. It will everything be hopefully also then accessible afterwards in a written form. And now I have the honor to hand over the microphone to our first speaker, who I will announce or present immediately, Anna Söberg. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. So I have the pleasure to present our first speaker. Anna Söberg holds a doctorate in systematic theology from Lund University. Her dissertation explored questions of crisis, secularization, and modernity through interpretations of Friedrich Nietzsche, Karl Barth, and Franz Kafka. Her research interests include secularization theory, political theology, and continental philosophy. She's currently investigating the theological and philosophical dimensions of Ivan Illich's work within an international postdoctoral project conducted at Uppsala University and the Research Center Religion and Transformation in Contemporary Society, or now it is called Religion Transformation, I think, yeah, at Vienna University. Thank you very much for coming from so far. And the title of your presentation is Thesis and Energia, or Thesis and Energia on Mechanisms of Corruption. Thank you very much. Thank you. I want to start by saying that I'm so happy that this day has come finally and that we are all gathered here. And I will join in Isabella's words and say that I look so much forward to all of these presentations and the discussions we will have during these days. And then I will get right to it. When I chose the title of my lecture, I believed I was interested in the subtle transitions within those actions through which we seek to answer or remain faithful to a call. Transitions that transform our good intentions, the best, into their opposite, the worst. In other words, I wanted to examine the small mechanisms that distort our actions, so that precisely when we imagine ourselves preparing victory for evangelical truths, we have in fact become instruments of what Illich calls a new kind of evil. My intention was to reflect, with the help of Illich, on these mechanisms in the realm of everyday life, to try to sense and analyze the very breaking point at which one thing passes over into the other. In a certain sense, this desire remains. Yet what I have come to realize along the way was that I could not arrive at any understanding of how the corrupting element comes to manifest itself unless I also reflect carefully on what it might mean to remain on the other side of corruption. That is to say, as I understand Illich, what it might actually mean to attempt to shape one's life as a response to a call, whether it is the call of God or the call of one's neighbor, amounts here to the same thing, as Illich himself often emphasized. My presentation today is a constructive exposition of a few themes related to the call, departing from a very narrow body of text, mostly taken from the very beginning of The Rivers North of the Future. By constructive, I have something very specific in mind. It means that I will attempt to give voice to the Illich who has gradually taken shape within me during the years I have immersed myself in his texts, and through them have tried to learn to see the world as he saw it. What I offer, then, is an Illich filtered through and shaped by my own idiosyncrasy. I have not sought to establish an external standpoint in relation to the Illichian world that I will attempt to articulate. When Illich describes positive phenomena such as friendship, faith, celebration, foolishness, and love, I sense that there is something he wishes to teach us, a kind of existential technique that would allow us to remain open and unafraid, able to receive the world and our fellow human beings as gift and surprise. This technique is connected to the call, something David Cayley draws attention to already at the beginning of his beautiful book, Ivan Illich, An Intellectual Journey. And I quote, and now I will see if I can get, where do I change? In the Bible, Illich says, a peremptory summons of this kind, and in this case, he talks about Jesus' summons of the disciples, is the primary form of causation. Things happen neither by chance nor by necessity, but in response to a call that is often heard only by the one to whom it is addressed. Everything depends on that disposition to listen and to respond, which Illich calls obedience. I am interested in what Cayley here describes as obedience, but I will use another set of words to describe it. In Illich's spirit, I understand this to be a technique that does not require Christian faith or acceptance of the Christian revelation, but is available to everyone. The question can be put like this: is there a way to conceptualize what it might mean to make the call the primary form of causation in one's life, one that does not necessitate a recourse to the rich traditions of spiritual practice within the churches and the other major religions. The quotation already contains one of the decisive obstacles preventing an understanding of the stakes involved. Truth is, by all conceivable definitions, something shared. Truth has the power to gather people around the idea that we see the same world, that our experiences correspond both to one another's and to the state of affairs in our surroundings. In our conception of science, truth is linked to objectivity, to the production of facts that can be verified independently of context and person. A chemist in China and one in Norway share both conceptual frameworks and methods and can independently arrive at the same results, as well as communicate with one another about these results. The truth that becomes accessible to us by living our lives in relation to a call is no less universal or shared. Yet, as Illich often emphasized, and as Cayley here notes, the call is often only heard by the one to whom it is addressed. This truth thus proceeds from the singular and allows the world to appear in its light. And this route to truth is very difficult for us to grasp, molded as we are in a scientific construction of world. The truth we are accustomed to invoke takes its point of departure in the construction of a bird's eye view. We are used to understanding truth as an effect of externalization, and ourselves as individual expressions of the universal laws of biochemistry and statistics. To seek the commonality of truth along the path of the call is therefore highly uncomfortable and unfamiliar to us. It requires of the modern individual a leap of faith. It requires, so it seems to me, a cultivation of a trust that the truth of the world is already inscribed within our body and mind, and that we may seek it by turning inwards, by trying to heed the faint voice that comes from deep within the abdomen. When I chose my title, I was way too ambitious. The concepts in them, thesis and energeia, are part of a long and complex conceptual history. While I will speak at length about the call, thesis, I will not venture deeply into the Aristotelian concept of energeia. The simple thought I started with was, can we, by interpreting Illich, analyze which forms of energeia, that is, which activity or act, is proportionate or disproportionate to the call? Let us begin by considering a longer passage from The Rivers North of the Future on page 58. The first representation we have of the crucifixion was found in the ruins of ancient Rome on the outside wall of what archaeologists assume to have been a brothel. It pictures a crucified man with the head of a donkey, and below him a man in prayerful devotion. Anaxamenos adores his god, says the inscription. This image is the first historical indication that the crucifixus, the body on the cross, had a meaning for Christians, and it has remained a mystery whether it was intended as a mockery of Christian belief or as a Christian's affirmation of his understanding of himself as a fool. Either way, it exemplifies an understanding of Christianity as a form of foolishness, an understanding that remained alive in the Eastern Church until the late 19th century. In the Western Church, if you wanted to step out of the world and give yourself totally to a life of Christian prayer, you could only do it by becoming a monk. In the Greek Church, you had the choice of becoming either a monk or a fool. But this foolishness had to be entirely gratuitous and not secretly motivated by a desire for perfection. This humorous, carnivalesque perspective on Christian life I find fascinating, and it holds important clues for my inquiry. But what at the outset particularly catches my attention is the closing part of the quotation. But this foolishness had to be entirely gratuitous and not secretly motivated by a desire for perfection. I believe these words capture the first important stirrings in the corruption of a life lived in relation to a call, a process Illich depicts with both vividness and force in the hypothesis that stands at the center of The Rivers North of the Future. As you know, Illich develops his hypothesis about the utopian core of the West through a philosophical theological reading of the biblical parable of the Good Samaritan. You are all well acquainted with this figure since it is at the center of our meeting, so I do not need to introduce it in detail. I will therefore immediately turn to its interpretation. I do not think it is accidental that Illich so strongly emphasizes that the Samaritan's action stand in opposition with ethics, despite the obvious risk of being misunderstood, given the drastic historical shifts that separate the time of Jesus from our own. I'm thinking here in particular of our contemporary understanding of freedom, which tends to present itself as the individual's right in all circumstances to choose oneself, to place one's own need first. This understanding, quite obviously, sits uneasily with Illich's reading, since it takes as its point of departure a story about a man who takes considerable risks in order to help a random stranger. And yet, I would argue that Illich took this risk into account and nevertheless chose to emphasize the conflict with ethics. For the way I read him, he identifies precisely within ethics itself the very mechanism of corruption in a way that seems to call for careful reflection. Let us turn to the moment when he first introduces his hypothesis and in exceptionally condensed and philosophically precise terms also summarizes it in just a few sentences. Once, some 30 years ago, I made a survey of sermons dealing with the story of the Samaritan from the early 3rd century into the 19th century, and I found out that most preachers who commented on that passage felt that it was about how we ought to behave towards one's neighbor, that it proposed a rule of conduct or an exemplification of ethical duty. I believe that this is, in fact, precisely the opposite of what Jesus wanted to point out. He had not been asked, how should one behave towards one's neighbor, but rather, who is my neighbor? And what he said, as I understand it, was, my neighbor is who I choose, not who I have to choose. There is no way of categorizing who my neighbor ought to be. I have in other contexts presented what might best be described as a political theological reading of this hypothesis, drawing primarily on the first two parts of The Rivers North of the Future, Gospel and Mysterium. I do not wish to rehearse that reading in full here, but only to suggest that, as I understand Illich, the history of the West unfolds in the dialectic between the two interpretations of the parable that he places in tension with one another. More precisely, the reading he presents as dominant, in which the Samaritan's action is understood as an exemplification of an ethical duty, becomes a paradigm, in Agamben's sense, that sets the direction of, and in a sense initiates, the civilizational process leading to Western modernity. Yet the reason why this new idea, which according to Illich enters the world with the incarnation, acquires such unparalleled historical force, is that it secretly carries within itself the truly revolutionary and potentially subversive power of the authentic evangelical message of love, captured by Illich as, my neighbor is who I choose, not who I have to choose. The idea's center of gravity is generated by a process that can be likened to the splitting of the atom. the tension between the two incommensurable interpretations is an effect of a fundamental rupture within this idea itself, and it has given rise to a reality where the mystery of evil and salvation have become inseparable. Illich understands the Samaritan's action as a response to a call, so it appears that what we are dealing with in this split is the corruption of the truth form of the call and its transformation into the kind of externalized scientific truth I referred to above. Truth as the outcome of the successful establishment of universally valid and empirically validated rules. The rise of modern Western society and its pillar institutions is thus metaphorically contained in the transformation of the parable's message from an injunction to live one's life in relation to a call, my neighbor is who I choose, not who I have to choose, into the rule-governed form of ethical command, in which the Samaritan is taken to convey a rule of conduct or an exemplification of an ethical duty. The aporetic relation between the inherent lawlessness of the true message and the fact that institutions are founded on the primacy of the rule and are themselves producers of rules and norms can ultimately never be resolved. The institutions are thus charged with a utopian idea, an ethical fire, endowed with the capacity to generate and concentrate immense human effort ad infinitum, technological, political, and scientific, in order to bring society closer to this ultimately unattainable goal. Like the split of the atom, the splintered message of free love turned out, in Illich's understanding, to be a power source for social change and development without any historical parallel. A devastating displacement took place in the transition from klesis to energeia, from call to act. The ethical perspective thus becomes the matrix for a transformation of the call from my neighbor into the institutional optimization of that appeal. Although ethics is grounded in this call, this appeal, and thus in the unique encounter between myself and my neighbor, it immediately, as Emmanuel Levinas reluctantly had to acknowledge, slips into the structural question of how we ethically accommodate the entry of the third and the fourth, and that is the logic of aggregation. And at that point, we are already within the domain of institutions. The opposite perspective instead sees the Samaritan's action as that of someone who acts foolishly, as he says, who relinquishes control of his action to an impulse, a gut feeling, with all the risks that such an uncontrolled, irrational decision entails. In Illich's own words, I quote, "It seems to me that one of the ways of understanding the history of Western Christianity is as a progressive loss of the sense that the freedom for which Christ is our model and our witness is folly. The Western Church, in its earnest effort to institutionalize this freedom, has tended to transform supreme folly first into this desirable duty and then into legislated duty. It is folly to be hospitable in the way the Samaritan is. Pure folly, if you really think it through." I would now like to turn to this folly, to the foolish freedom of the evangelical message. Ivan Illich draws our attention to the possibility I will do my best. Within the Eastern Church, of living one's entire life as a fool, of completely leaving the sphere of purposiveness and goal-oriented activity. A life, we might say, in direct relation to the structure of the call in its purest form, prior to its ethical transformation. An ordinary human life, indeed the very predicament of human life, is to be torn between this fundamental foolishness residing within all of us as a source to our capacity of creativity and love, and the pursuit of a life the pursuit of one kind of perfection or another. We cannot imagine a society consisting solely of fools, yet perhaps that image, a world made up entirely of God-seeking madmen, comes as close as we are able to imagine paradise. Now we are continually torn between these two modes of existing. On the one hand, the complete purposelessness of the fool's freedom, as we saw in the quotation, very stressed, that this foolishness has to be entirely gratuitous and not secretly motivated by a desire for perfection. And on the other hand, the ethical transformation of purposelessness into meaning and direction. The transitions between the one and the other are inscribed within us like a bodily reflex. Instinctively, with visceral immediacy, we respond to the call's divided message that I would say goes something like this. Discover your true humanity and creativity in purposelessness, but then channel it, make it useful to the world, improve the world through it. This is an expression of this idea of the atom split idea. So, is there a way to identify this process within ourselves, to intervene in it, and to find a path out of its compelling logic? Can we create the possibility of a different outcome? What Illich teaches us is that everything is already contained here. The mysterium iniquitatis and salvation are, paradoxically, prismatically, one and the same thing. They are both grounded in the factum of the incarnation. And yet, as I read Illich, we are called to attempt to discern their divergent paths on this side of eternity. The historically transmitted knowledge of these paths of escape is living and real. It is always already there, just alongside or often in a distorted form enclosed within our actions. It is the already and not yet of the kingdom of God. While working on this text, I have become increasingly convinced that there is one concept, one activity that more than any other may help us discern the very form of causation of the call at its most pure. The form of causation Illich identified as the Bible's primary mode of unfolding events. Yet this is a concept I have not encountered much in Illich's own writings, and in preparing this presentation, I have not had the opportunity to revisit his work systematically. Those of you listening and who know Illich far better than I do may therefore perhaps help me answer the question of whether he ever reflected in depth on the concept of play, on play as a phenomenon. The proximity between play and the sacred and between play and ritual has long been recognized and was articulated with exceptional clarity already by Plato. Giorgio Agamben, who may still join us on Saturday, has, for example, written a text precisely on the relation between ritual play and historical time in Infancia Historia. In any case, and by way of conclusion, I would like to sketch why I believe play may have a privileged role to play if we seek to escape becoming absorbed by the religion and regime of our age, namely the relentless demand that every action justify itself through its purpose. If we instead, in the words of Scripture, would like to come closer to living like the lilies of the field who neither toil nor spin, and few works illuminate the distinction between these two ways of responding to a call more clearly than Homo Ludens, Johann Huitzinga's meditation on play and culture from 1938. At the very outset of this extraordinary and meandering reflection on the cultural history of play, or rather the playful history of culture, Huitzinga observes that play is something we share, perhaps with all creation, but most palpably with animals. Much like Illich in his reading of the parable of the Samaritan, Huitzinga frames his inquiry through a series of decisive distinctions established from the beginning. The most important for me is his insistence that play ceases to be intelligible the moment we attempt to understand it in terms of utility or purpose. Huizinga notes that attempts to identify the biological and/or social function of play have long dominated its scientific investigation. Yet, after surveying the most influential explanatory models, among them the idea that play serves as an outlet for excess energy, that it prepares the young individual for the serious tasks of life, or that it is necessary for the enactment of recovery, he concludes, and I quote, "All these hypotheses have one thing in common. They all start from the assumption that play must serve something which is not play, that it must have some kind of biological purpose. As a rule, they leave the primary quality of play as such, virtually untouched. To each and every one of the above explanations, it might well be objected. So far, so good. But what actually is the fun of playing?" The brilliance of this interpretative move becomes increasingly apparent as Huizinga continues to elaborate play from within its own element. For it gradually becomes clear that precisely this, that we play because it is fun and not in order to achieve a purpose or to attain a particular goal, makes play a unique site for the experience of freedom, for the experience of what lived freedom actually means. Huizinga captures this beautifully in the following passages. First and foremost, then, all play is voluntary activity. Play to order is no longer play. It could at best be but a forcible imitation of it. By this quality of freedom alone, play marks itself off from the course of the natural process. Here, then, we have the first main characteristic of play, that it is free, is in fact freedom. A second characteristic is closely connected with this, namely that play is not ordinary or real life. Precisely the fact that the subordination of play to the regime of purposiveness renders play impossible, that it immediately extinguishes the desire to play, is what makes play a privileged site for perceiving the structure of the call. For play is, in its very essence, a form of listening, an act that enters into the relation with the world or with one's playmate through an attentiveness to the call of play, a call that draws the players into a parallel universe. What is so fascinating about the freedom proper to play, I will have to come to the end of it. Proper to play is that, like the kingdom of God, it is available to anyone at any moment. Like a secret door that transforms the coercive reality of the ordinary world through the creation of an alternative one. Play is, after all, primarily associated with those beings subjected to the power of others, children and animals. As Huizinga writes, child and animal play because they enjoy playing, and therein precisely lies their freedom. When Jesus says that the children are closest to heaven, might this not be because they are still so much in the element of play, still more or less unable to inscribe their actions into the structures of purpose? So let us now turn back to Illich. I think we can all agree that Illich's stance towards life, as well as his understanding of Christianity, is in a fundamental sense humorous in character. His emphasis lies throughout on the jocose side of things, on foolishness, surprise, celebration, festivity, hedonism, laughter, friendship, and love. You all know this, so I will give just a couple of examples that I particularly like. I believe it is in The Rivers North of the Future that Illich likens Christianity to the pun in a joke, one that the believer gets and the non-believer do not. If we scratch a little beneath the surface of this description, it contains more than may appear at first glance. There is no absolute expression, no ultimate synthesis to be extracted from the patchwork of texts, theologies, rites, and practices gathered under the umbrella of Christianity. But if its joyful message seizes you, if its invitation to play in the name of tradition, that is, if its calling reaches you, then you will want to find ways of responding to that call that is in accordance with your own nature. As we saw in the quotation from Cayley at the outset of this presentation, the call addressed to me is singular. Only I can hear and respond to it, and it cannot be translated or transported beyond the bond that it creates, the world within the world that it lets me inhabit. As recently as yesterday, I also came across this wonderful quotation from Illich that I had not noticed before in the aforementioned book by Cayley. And I quote, I have not this on the screen, but for years, Illich once said, I have applied to myself a test every time I read a gospel. If I can smile, I probably have understood it. The question can nevertheless still be asked and ought to be asked, why introduce the concept of play alongside the many beautiful concepts that Illich himself already uses to describe his faith and his stance towards life? Play is, after all, a relatively limited phenomenon in relation to the deep, more encompassing attitude towards life that Illich describes, one that also contains a profound seriousness. My concluding answer to that question is that play, as Huizinga demonstrates so brilliantly, is the concept that allows us to understand Illich's powerful emphasis on the problematic of ethics, and that likewise enable us to grasp the essence of the counterposition Illich seeks to articulate in his reading of the parable of the Samaritan. What distinguishes the Samaritan's act for Illich is as being in tension with ethics is not that it is inherently unethical, but that it precedes ethical evaluation altogether. As with play, making the call the primary form of causation, the way the Samaritan does, is an act that lies outside and is prior to the great antithesis of wisdom and folly, truth and falsehood, good and evil. This activity has no moral function. The categories of vice and virtue do not apply here. Searching for truth through the call means, in a sense and for a moment, relinquishing one's rational capacities and entering into a different dialogue with creation, one that can only be experienced in transience as a gift given to us in and through this supremely singular call. The way I read the two statements by Illich is that I quoted a moment ago about Christianity as a joke and about the truth of the gospel being perhaps best discerned through its effect on making one smile or laugh, is as an invitation to seek playfulness, enjoyment, and delight in our actions. Through this practice, we also cultivate a trust that creation is, in its essence, good, abundant, and full of fun. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna, for this first provocative, foolish, beautiful lecture you gave us. We start immediately with the discussion. So we have good 10-15 minutes, and Elisenda will help us with the microphone. And so please, okay. So I don't know who was the first one. Maybe Andrea De Santis, and then.
Thank you for your very interesting relation. I have two questions. The first is the relationship between truth, the call, destiny from the perspective of ancient philosophy, or predestination through the perspective of Christianity. And the second is the relationship between what you said über play and the reflections of Friedrich Schiller über Play in den Briefen über die ästhetische Erziehung des Menschen. Thank you very much.
Yes, I didn't catch. Did you mean with the first question you asked which tradition my presentation adheres to, the ancient or the Christian? Or I didn't quite understand the meaning of the first question.
In which relation do you think we can understand what you and Illich said über the call
and truth,
and destiny in ancient philosophy and predestination in Christian theology?
Yeah.
What is the relationship?
I will not be able to answer you yet. I will say I wrote this as a sort of, I wanted to catch something, a flavor of this, and I realized this is also why I said that I was way too ambitious in my approach, because these are immensely complex questions and connected to this huge history of thought on exactly these dimensions and how they relate to each other. I may say that some of them I hope to develop more thoroughly in the article, but I will not be able to encompass this rich tradition. And as for, I haven't read the Schiller. I know of it, but I haven't read it now when preparing this speech. So unfortunately, I cannot give you an answer to that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the beautiful presentation. I found it very rich also personally. There are two questions also, but quite simple ones, which I always have with Illich. If he says that my neighbor is who I choose, doesn't the call choose me? So what is this relation also in the relation of Illich and Levinas? That would be the one question. And the other, I thought maybe it would be important to say something about the discernment between playing and gamification, so that there is a form of game that makes you dependent, or even that is used to train you for war, because we have a gamification of war at the moment.
I agree completely. And wait a minute. What was the first?
First was the call.
Yes, exactly. Yes. This text was even longer before, so and it had a part in it where I reflected on this freedom that is in its essence relational, because it connects me. It's as a response to a call. So I find it interesting that it's only accessible through this leaving of oneself, or letting go, and creating this relation to the other person, the call, what the call draws you towards in this sense. So yes, I agree on this, and also I find that there's a lot of resources still in Huizinga, because he writes a lot about that war is also a game. Like we have the play element in all of human culture, but he also extracts the fundamental aspects of play in an interesting way. But this doesn't mean that it cannot also be appropriated for a very extremely purposeful actions like war or politics or swindle or whatever.
I think next one was, okay, is it exact? Okay, good.
Thank you, Anna, for your inspiring presentation. You were looking for some resources, and I'm coming from Mexico, so I think there are some other sources which are Norwegian sources, But the experiences that Illich had himself in South America, particularly when he was supported by some indigenous people in Bolivia or somewhere in the Andes, right? He was not the Good Samaritan, but the others were the Good Samaritan for him. So I think it's an important biographical aspect that probably could give you some light. And also his ministry with the Puerto Rican community in New York and with the Mexican campesinos in Cuernavaca. This importance of joy in order to encounter in the other, I think is deeply related to his own experience with those communities of the subalterns, we would say, in the colonial thinking. So I think it's another source to understand better Illich's purposes about proximity and then friendship and the Good Samaritan movement. It's just an opinion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I agree completely. Yeah.
Jacob, you wanted to say something?
A short question, and then I will just give a hint. What is the background of my question? But the question was, would you agree that you could connect what you have said about an approach to Christianity starting from play, that you could connect this also to enrichment or an inspiration for our power of imagination, for our Einbildungskraft in German. And now I come back to what is the background of my question. When Paul Ricoeur interprets the parables of the New Testament, he says it's not about a metanoia in an ethical sense. It's about a metanoia of our Einbildungskraft, of our power of imagination, because they never work. There is no parable that works somehow. And you miss the point if you just interpret them in an ethical sense, but it's also always about these enrichment or inspiration for the power of our imagination. Would this something you could connect to what you have said about the play in the second part of your lecture?
Definitely. That was a beautiful exposition of one of the important points I wanted to make, and you can make it in so many different ways as well. But of course, it's I think it's deeply connected to creativity in a more general sense, and in this sense also Einbildungskraft. And I somehow also see it as that we can connect, that it's part of, because I had this quote also when he talks about Augustine's answer to why God created the world, quia vult, and that he finds so extraordinary. So I think it's really connected to his view of God as a creative being, and that we are the image of God in our creativity as well, and in our power to create world within the world, so to say. I don't know if it answered your question, but yeah.
If there is still an urgent question, then you're free. Yes, okay. Fabio Milana.
Just a suggestion. If you don't before that, you should read his interview to Jesuit mission in April 67, where he speaks exactly of play and that God might have created word for play, but also, etc. And avendo già che ho il microfono in mano, I think that the theological question is the uselessness of the crucifixion, the uselessness of the Messiah. That's the paradox. But because Christianity has been built about the necessity and productivity of that so-called sacrifice, but maybe Illich means exactly the opposite of that. That Jesus, by accepting that his death, just gave us the exemplum. What is important to powerlessness, uselessness. but we want to be powerful, and we want to do productive, necessary things, and we don't accept that revelation of the primacy of uselessness. Perfino il Messia, even the Messiah, accepted uselessness of his. Ecco.
Thank you very much for that very deep reflection. It was nice, and I'm so thankful for the reference as well. I would love to look at this interview that you mentioned, because I didn't read it before.
Thank you very much, Anna, and applause for you for this first lecture. I now ask our second speaker, Martin Björk, to come to the microphone. Martin Björk works as systematic theologian at the Newman Institute. Oh, is it works? Yes, okay. Of Uppsala. He defended his dissertation, Life Outside Life, The Politics of Immortality, 1914 till 1945, in 2018 at the University of Gothenburg, and since then has been engaged in several research projects such as The End of Law or At the End of the World. So a very apocalyptic perspective. He is a research fellow in systematic theology at the Center for Theology and Religious Studies at Lund University and an associate fellow at Campion Hall, Oxford University. And his main research interests are political theology, secularism, and the relationship between theology, philosophy, and science. You will present us a talk with the title Scarcity and Sovereignty, Ivan Illich and Jacques Maritain on the end of the rule-based orders. Thank you very much for coming here.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me here. It's a great privilege and honor. And thank you, Anna, Gemma, and Isabella. No text. No, but
we have. Thank you. Good point.
So I work in Sweden at a small university, the Newman Institute, run by the Jesuits. So I'm a Catholic theologian in the north of Europe, one of few. And today I will use Illich in order to interpret the signs of our times. And I will begin with what I think is a very powerful statement by Pope Francis and Pope Leo XIV, namely that they have described our times as a third world war being fought in piecemeal. So a diffuse third world war. In this paper, I take this diagnosis seriously, and I do that by examining a legal distinction between international law and the concept rules-based order. The point will be to relate that distinction to two concepts, scarcity and sovereignty, in the work of Ivan Illich, but also his teacher, Jacques Maritain. And the paper will proceed in four parts. The first, I will examine this distinction between international law and the rules-based order. The second, I will turn to Maritain's argument that the modern notion of sovereignty is an obstacle to what he calls lasting peace. The third will examine Illich's concepts of scarcity and his critique of the identification of peace with economic development. And the fourth short part will return to Pope Francis and Pope Leo XIV's description of our times as a third world war in piecemeal. Okay, so the first part. 3 years ago, the Leiden Journal of International Law published an article by the South African scholar John Dugard titled "The Choice Before Us, International Law or a Rules-Based Order." Dugard, perhaps most famous for his struggle against apartheid, began by observing that President Joe Biden repeatedly warned that Russia's invasion of Ukraine could mark the end of the rules-based international order. But according to Dugard, the president seldom mentioning international law. For Dugard, the distinction between the rules-based order and international law matters deeply. Dugard obviously wanted to criticize the invasion of Ukraine, obviously, but he wanted to use the nomenclature and language of international law rather than the concept rules-based order. But what is the rules-based order? We can turn to a talk 3 years later, so this year in January, when Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada, insisted at the World Economic Forum in Davos that the rules-based order is fading. And quoting Thucydides, that this implied that the strong can do what they can and the weak must suffer what they must. Practically, this meant that the United States had turned against its former allies. You all know it. Tariffs, threats. In Scandinavia, there is even talk of seizing Greenland, which of course Denmark has been occupying for a long time. So Carney said that the multilateral institutions on which the middle powers have relied, the World Trade Organization, the United Nations, and so on, the very architecture of collective problem solving are under threat. Many countries were drawing the same conclusion. They must, and I will quote the Prime Minister again, develop greater strategic autonomy in energy, food, critical minerals, finance, and supply chains. Carney's speak was hailed by many as a kind of paresia, and I also thought it was a great speak in many ways. The Prime Minister from a medium-sized country finally speaking truth to power. I do not want to belittle its importance. I think it was important, especially when so many other leaders from small or middle-sized powers have been silent about what is happening. Yet, the interesting thing is that Carney also spoke not primarily about international law. He spoke about the need for strategic autonomy. The only time he mentioned international law, he did so with realistic frankness. Speaking as a latter-day Machiavelli, he acknowledged the very distinction between the rules-based order and international law that Dugard had insisted upon 3 years earlier. And now I quote a long quote from his speech. We knew the story of the international rules-based order was partially false, that the strongest would exempt themselves when convenient. The trade rules were enforced asymmetrically. And we knew that international law applied with varying rigor depending on the identity of the accused or the victim. So there he mentions the international law. The fiction was useful. An American hegemony in particular helped provide public goods, open sea lanes, established financial system, collective security, and support for frameworks for resolving disputes. What the rule-based order provided us was first and foremost what Ivan Illich described as economic and technological development. And I will turn to this concept development in the third part of the talk. So Carney was realistic enough to accept that the basis of the rules-based order was economic and technological development, and only secondarily universal legal norms. And if we listen to Carney carefully, we see that he admits that since international law applied with varying rigor, weakened economic development implied weakened national sovereignty. Former allies of the United States therefore had no choice but to seek new alliances. And this is, of course, what Carney was seeking. So the scarcity that Carney, in a sense, perhaps I'm extrapolating a bit, but he's talking about a form of scarcity of critical resources, energy, food, minerals, finance, etc., etc. The point is that the scarcity of these of these critical resources was no longer merely an economic problem. It was a political problem directly bearing on the concept of sovereignty. And my thesis in this paper is that the two concepts that Dugard and Kearney discuss, the rules-based order and the international law, can be related to scarcity and sovereignty as theorized by Maritain and Illich. So now I come to the second part. Maritain on sovereignty. Maritain had taught Illich at the Gregorian University in Rome. He was born, as I'm sure most of you know, in 1882 and died in 1972. He fled Europe in 1940 for the United States, but actually was teaching then in the United States, but he didn't go back because of the war. And his work on natural and even divine law helped shape the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Illich was born in 1926 and died in 2002. And when Illich was a young parish priest in New York, he took over a course on Aquinas that Maritain had been teaching. So I think that detail captures the relation between these two thinkers. And at the meeting at UNESCO in Mexico City in 1947, Maritain defended the idea that a common language of human rights could emerge without imposing a single philosophical doctrine through dialogue grounded in shared moral intuitions and practical judgments. So his idea was that we can find a way of addressing what we think is common, of course, a natural law argument. But the point for Maritain at that meeting was that what mattered was not that people agreed on why rights existed. He, in a sense, said, let's wait, we don't need to discuss the metaphysical question, we will just posit the question that we need human rights. It was sufficient that certain forms of human conduct and political order were necessary. This possibility revealed, according to Maritain, obviously the truth of the natural law tradition and the Catholic tradition. But beneath ideological conflict, that was the important thing, human beings retained a common moral grammar discoverable through practical reason, and this grammar transcended both culture and nation. 3 years later, Maritain published an article simply entitled "The Concept of Sovereignty," arguing in that article that political philosophy must eliminate sovereignty both as a word and as concept. He writes that explicitly. That word should not be used, either as a word or as concept. This article was part of his struggle for the Declaration of Human Rights that was adopted by the UN, of course, in the General Assembly in 1948. And the point for Maritain was not that the idea of sovereignty was antiquated. It wasn't that it was old or something. No, it was that it was wrong. And it was wrong, he said, considered in its genuine meaning, this concept is intrinsically wrong and bound to mislead us if we continue using it. The modern doctrine of sovereignty, he argued, rests on a misconception of what politics entails. For Maritain, to simplify, I could argue that politics is, of course, related to the common good and also to the question of autonomy. So the res publica is not sovereign, but the body politic is a way for the people to express internal and external autonomy. But that autonomy is not sovereign because there is the natural law and, of course, in the end, the divine law, and then in the end, God, and only God is sovereign. Anyway, the modern doctrine of sovereignty, Maritain argued, rests on a misconception. It emerged with early modern theories of the state. He points out Baudin, Hobbes, Rousseau, Hegel. Perhaps one can quibble here and criticize him, but that's what he is arguing. And that theory falsely imagines political authority as transcendent and an indivisible power standing above the political community itself. So sovereignty in this sense means authority that is absolute and countable and separated from the people, and therefore something that might condition and override our human rights. And of course, he was thinking of the totalitarian states. But the point was that the doctrine of sovereignty thus threatens, according to Maritain, not only democracy, but also international law, the key concept in this paper. Since a genuinely sovereign state cannot consistently recognize obligations above itself. So the idea of international law, according to Maritain, stands in contradiction to the modern notion of sovereignty. The modern sovereign state carries with itself a permanent tendency toward a reaction of international law and toward a dangerous absolutism, ultimately questioning the sovereignty of God reflected in the dignity of every human being. So he's also making a theological argument here. Against this, Maritain argues that political authority originates, as I said, in the people's right to govern themselves, namely to establish autonomy, self-rule. Yet this does not mean the sovereignty of the people, according to Maritain. We should not say that the people is sovereign, he writes, but that it has a natural right of self-government, of autonomy, that in the end is grounded in and on the dignity of the human person as an end in itself, or with theological language, as an image of God. Governments possess authority, according to Maritain's interpretation of the natural law tradition, only vicariously, as participants in a power rooted in the political community in order toward the common good that the human rights defend. And this is why it is essential, if we follow Maritain's perspective, and that is what I do in this paper, to distinguish the rules-based order from international law. International law places political institutions within a shared global legal system grounded in rights of the human person, regardless of citizenship and nationhood. The rules-based order, by contrast, is essentially an alliance of sovereign states protecting what Carney explicitly describes as the flow of energy, food, critical minerals, finance, and supply chains. Carney's analysis is in this sense profoundly realist. The international order exists insofar as material abundance and hegemonic power sustain it, and when states or powers lose these resources, states retreat toward weakness, they become weak, and this carries the risk of war. Maritain underlined this threat in his 1951 book, Man and the State. I mean, this is a famous book, of course, but it's so worth rereading in this period, I must say. And this book develops his critique of sovereignty from the year before into a defense of what he calls a world political organization. He argued, in a very utopian manner, that lasting peace required not merely improved relations between states, but a transformation in the political structure of international life itself. And this is why he criticized the notion of sovereignty. He identified the two main obstacles to the establishment of what he calls lasting peace. And of course, one has to remember that this is 1951, so it's after not one, but two world wars. And the problems are, on the one hand, at first, well, it's the sovereignty of the modern nation states. That's a problem according to Maritain. And the second is the impact of the economic interdependence of all nations upon our present irrational stage of political evolution, in which no world political organization corresponds to world material unification. That is how he writes. The first obstacle is political, and I've summarized Maritain's argument, what the problem is. And now we turn to the third part of the paper, namely Illich, because the second problem is economic and social. Let me see how much time I have. Yeah. So Illich on peace versus development. It was Maritain's disciple Illich who developed a coherent theory of this second obstacle. In a speech delivered in Japan in 1980, and this is one of my favorite texts by Illich, called Peace versus Development, a short text, only 4 or 5 pages, he argued that since the establishment of the United States in 1945, and he's talking 1980, I repeat that. He says that since the establishment of the United Nations in 1945, peace has become progressively identified with development, or what we today would call economic growth, giving rise to what he calls a pax economica, an economic peace. The idea behind that is, I think that perhaps the more hardcore Illich can attack me here, but I think the idea that there is some rationality in the fact that growth brings peace. I think it's not only an illusion; it's a problem, at least, that one has to tackle. A country that loses economic growth, that becomes poor, that when people feel that the wages are, that their life is worsening, that creates problems. So there is paradoxically some truth in the pax economica. Anyway, this new conception of peace, economic peace, pax economia, was inseparable from the rise of the modern state and the existence of territorial sovereignty across the globe. Rather than transcending conflict, and this is Illich's argument, I'm just describing what Illich says, rather than transcending conflict, economic development universalized the structures of the modern nation state and reproduced the competitive logic it claimed to overcome. So growth and this economic development is said to be a means for peace, but according to Illich, it reproduces this struggle over the what Mike Carney called strategic autonomy, this capacity to have control over resources, such as critical minerals today. Anyway, according to Illich, the mobilization of national economies based on growth made people increasingly dependent on access, and this should be a quote, he writes, an access to education, healthcare, police protection, housing, and supermarkets. It's very provocative. Education, healthcare, police protection, housing, and supermarkets are, it's hard to criticize that, but that's Illich. These institutions did not merely respond to pre-existing human needs. They actively produce new ones, reshaping people's capacities and diminishing their autonomy. Illich used the word scarcity to denote this growing dependency. Modern survival requires one to become, he thinks, a passive consumer of professional services, an educated student, a medicalized patient. And I think, for me at least, I think the clearest example of this dependency might, when I read Illich, be when it talks about the modern need of the car and what he describes as the industrialization of traffic. And I checked that up. It actually, it truly leads to mass death every year. 1.19 million die every year from road traffic, and apparently, especially young people. But you understand, he's really criticizing how we live. The point is that scarcity was not a natural condition to be overcome through growth, according to Illich, but something systematically manufactured by the very institutions that claim to alleviate it. And then I will skip. I have some. But the point is, the important thing is that Illich contrasted this pax economica, with older forms of peace, traditions of peace in the medieval Europe, like the idea of Gottesfrieden and Landfrieden, which he thought were a peace that was rooted in subsistence and communal autonomy. And that was a way of basically ensuring the commons. So peace was not an agreement between powers, but a moral and legal limit on what powers could do to ordinary people's lives. And we can discuss that, and a bit critically perhaps, but I will skip that actually. The important thing is that he distinguished these pax, these pax of the Gottesfrieden or Landfrieden, this medieval-based idea of peace as a common that secures the rights of the poor to have access to the land and so on, from this idea of growth. And what fascinated Illich was that the legal and religious culture of medieval and early modern Europe still recognized spheres of subsistence that could not be subordinated to political authority or economic extraction, and that the notion of peace was related to different forms of customs, of course also, especially perhaps religious customs. If you take the asylum right and so on, the fact that you could, in a sense, run into the church and avoid temporal authorities. According to Illich, this view on peace has tended to disappear, and it does that because of the development of what he calls the cash nexus and, economic growth. And this is why Illich critiques complements Maritain. I mean, he's in a sense seeking in that book, he's seeking for an economic explanation as a contrast or as a parallel to his theory of the weakness of, or the danger of, with the notion of modern sovereignty. If modern sovereignty is obstructed, if modern sovereignty obstructed peace politically, economic growth in Illich's sense obstructed it economically and socially. So genuine peace, according to Illich, would not require further expansion of what he describes as development, but limits on economic growth. And one can discuss that, of course, if that is true or false. Because the problem is that we are, in fact, of course, stuck in societies where growth has become hard to transcend willingly, so to speak. And the interesting thing is that Maritain actually discusses that at the end of his book, Man and the State. Maritain understood that a genuine alternative to the sovereign national state would apply, he writes this, it would apply a shock for men in the world, for Western nations, for the Occidental culture, he writes. And it would weaken the sovereignty. He wrote in 1945 that a worldwide society would inevitably require a serious equalization of living standards, that's also a quote, and that this would suppose a kind of moral heroism for which I deem we are badly prepared. Still, he believed such heroism would manifest itself as a kind of necessity due to new wars and new conflicts. So the book is rather pessimistic because he believes that we would enter new periods of danger and wars. So yes, I will come to the conclusion now. So fourth path. When Pope Francis and Pope Leo XIV speak of a third world war being fought piecemeal, they are naming something that Maritain and Illich discerned. Without a political order capable of constraining the sovereign nations and that can delimit the development systems that has dissolved the communal foundations on which any genuine peace must rest, conflicts and wars will continue to accumulate. That's the pessimistic analysis of both Illich and Maritain. And if we listen to Maritain and Illich, I think one can say that the many wars in our periods are not isolated events. They are expression of the same underlying logic that only a vision of a binding and universal law can weaken. And this is why Maritain and Illich can give us a way to read our present moment as a true apocalypse, as an apocalypse, a revelation. Our time is not only a period of catastrophes, it is a time that unveils the need for universal and divine law. That would at least Maritain said. Such law, Illich understood, must of course be based on freedom and pluralism. For law to be law and not only force of command, it has to be based on freedom. And Illich called this love, and they believed that it rested on the trust of God and concrete encounters between living human beings. Now I will end. With Maritain, one can also see that such faith is communal, and I would say, and this is my provocation, perhaps even institutional. Since the encounters Illich sought must be facilitated, there must be institutions that can make them happen, such as Sant'Anselmo. Human rights necessitates a transnational framework that in many ways could be likened to the universal Catholic Church that Illich criticized as the origin of the modern world, but that he also loved. For this institution, the Catholic Church seeks to unite every tongue and nation in a universal organization that rests on the defense of the human person as an end in itself and hence as an image of God. And it does so by reminding every individual that she, in the end, has no final home in this world, and that even the modern state is transitioned and will die. And it will die, just like every other world empire will die. But according to Christian dogma, there is life, even a better life, even eternal life after death. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Morten, for this strong political speech. We have now time, so 10-15 minutes for the discussion, and Lysander will help us again with the microphone. Yes, we'll start immediately. And I also want to invite the persons who are following online. They can write their questions in the chat, or also use this function of raising the virtual hand to discuss with us. So.
Thank you for this great presentation and analysis, and a lot to discuss. I want to give just one question. How would you, what is the alternative to sovereignty? And what would you think about interdependency? Because you didn't mention interdependency, and I think that's a whole approach to get another anthropology and social ontology, so to say, than a sovereign one.
Yes, I mean, in this paper, I just wanted to look at what Maritain and Illich are actually saying and trying to interpret our times in relation to their ideas of sovereignty and scarcity. And for Maritain, I think the opposition to sovereignty, he doesn't use the word interdependence, but he uses, of course, the notion of common good and autonomy. Autonomy is the important thing for him. He thinks that that's the state or the Respublica, the state which is for him part of the larger Respublica, has the right to internal and external autonomy. So it's not that many things that we today define as the right of a sovereign state, he would use the right of autonomy. And the reason for that is perhaps because he thinks interdependent in relations of interdependence, or because the point is, of course, to defend human rights as a way of legalizing the natural law, so that every state at least seeks to defend the human person. I think that's the argument. So it's a form of personalism, of course. Yeah.
Are there any other reactions or questions, Jakob?
Thank you. Just a small remark. I very much liked your presentation and what you said, but I always feel very uncomfortable with this mentioning of us living in the times of the Third World War, what the popes did. I think this is extremely dangerous because it makes us accustomed to new wars to start. And I think every new war must be at all means be prohibited, but this image creeps into our minds, and as if it was normal. That new wars can be started by a president, someone else, as if this was normal, and it's always an exception. And I'm wondering why the popes, these popes, whose analysis I often very much appreciate, use this metaphor. If you look into other many other broadcasted news, you always hear, are we at the threshold of new wars? And so we get so much educated, accustomed to these tragedies. So I think that this is really extremely dangerous, imagination. But it had nothing to do with your talk, which I liked very much.
Do you want to react, Martin?
Yes, short perhaps. I mean, there are people here in Rome who can answer better why they used that phrase, Third World War, in piecemeal, a diffuse Third World War. But I guess they wanted to. I mean, it might be true that repeating such phrases make us numb. But I think that the fact that two popes say it, I think that makes a difference because people are not accustomed to hear popes saying such things, and I think that makes secular people perhaps thinking about that. Perhaps the Catholic Church is seeing something here, and there is. I mean, I can agree with what you're saying, but I think they just want to point out the dangerous situation that we're in. That might be wrong, but I think that's the rationale, I guess.
Thank you. And then we have a question there in the back.
Thank you for your talk. It's more a comment with a very short question at the end. I've been also reflecting upon the question of the Pax Economica. I have written a paper about the expansion of the Pax Economica into something I call the Pax Ecologica, which is exactly the continuation of the Pax Economica in Illich. I don't have to talk about it. You can read and we can talk about it. But my question to you in this comment of the Pax Economica, with the expansion of the realm of scarcity to the rest of the world and also to the global south, where it's a very complicated name, but to simplify, where the realm of the vernacular in Illich was still not only present, but part of the daily life, to help those who are not familiar with the understanding of Illich, of the vernacular, more or less the used value activities, if you want, those that are not part of the market, and you don't need to recur to the dependence of the money and so on and so forth. So with the full management of the world with ecology today, where there's not a single place in the planet that cannot be managed by an institution, the idea of asymmetry, why insist on the idea of self-government and not reinforce the potential of autonomy? We all know probably the example of the Zapatistas in Mexico, which they say, please leave us in peace. That's what we want, to be left in peace. So do not extend your realm of scarcity to this territory. So the question of autonomy that you are pointing out, it's extremely important. If you can just better clarify autonomy in Marita, and contrast probably with the idea of self-governance. Because I think it's, as two concepts, it's important to maybe clarify them. Thank you.
Yeah, you might be right. I think, and I think I understand what you mean and why you want to distinguish them. But Maritain does not do that. For him, I mean, he uses those autonomy and self-governance, but he does that very much in order to defend the right to die in peace, in a sense, to be left alone. Yeah. because that's what I think that's what his pluralism and his struggle for the human rights were about. Illich, of course, I mean, you are the experts of Illich, but he didn't go that way. But I found it interesting to read them together. And I probably am a bit more on the side of Maritain, because I think his focus on institutions are important, because it seems to me that many groups today are so weak, so they need help.
One last question, and then we will have the coffee.
Thank you very much for your talk. Forgive, it's probably overly simple, but I was just curious from your talk, kind of who's the actors and what problems that gives. Like, we have the modern sovereign state, but then we also have NGOs, corporations, and kind of, in some cases, revolving doors. So I was curious that, okay, if we move further to international law and an emphasis there, instead of rules-based order, very basic, but who decides, who enforces those laws, who adjudicates, if we move in that direction, or if we strengthen international law, so to speak? I was just curious your take and Maritain's take on it.
Yeah, in this paper, as I said, I wanted to describe how I interpret Maritain and Illich in relation to concepts of international law and rules-based order. And Maritain, he writes a lot about, I mean, in that book, Man and the State, he has a whole vision of this world political society. And I think, of course, he's very much, he's a Catholic, so he's, of course, thinking of the fact that the fact is that there is an international structure that unites people from all over the globe, transcending borders, etc. And obviously, he does not want the Catholic Church to rule the world. But after the Second World War, he sees this chance with the rise of the United Nations. And he hopes that could be a vehicle for implementing his vision of natural law. That's what he hopes. And that's why the second part was about that. And the reason why I had the third part was, of course, that Illich comes later. He's born 1926, and he sees that didn't happen. So we need to think in another way. And he develops this notion of scarcity, talks about subsistence economy, and so on. But now we are living after Illich. And today we are in a situation again where we are discussing international law and so on in relation to problems that Illich looked at and thought to try to address. So I don't have any answers. I just reread Maritain, who I found much more interesting than I remembered. I mean, I love Maritain, but I found his work on sovereignty much more interesting than I remembered. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Morten, for your talk and also for the lively discussion. We will now have the coffee break, which will take place upstairs in the courtyard in the midst of the cloister. Annalisa and then also Elisenda will help you to find your way. But first, there is a very kind person with us now in the room. Father Simon, and he will tell you something, tell you what to do, the speakers at least. The other ones are free. But Simon, can you come here and arrange us? That would be great.
How many speakers are there?
I think 13.
13? Okay, so if the 13 relatori can meet me at the coffee place up there, then what we'll do is go to the front of the church on the stairs. We have steps. And so I will arrange you there so I can see everyone's face, and we'll take a group shot, and that will satisfy the requirements for the day.
Thank you very much. So indeed, then the participants the mere participants are luckier now because they can immediately go to the coffee, and I ask the speakers to still make the photos, take a photo with Father Simon. And for the ones online, we will start again at 17:30. We will try at least to do that. So see you later. Ja, genau, aber ich glaube, ja. Please, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You go with Simon. Thank you. Fabio Milana.
Yeah, I'm coming as well. Fabio. Sì, anche Vincenzo, esatto. Follow Simon, please. May I ask you to follow Simon? Thank you.
Sarebbe qui lunedì dopo pranzo partiamo. 14 ore giornata.
discussione sui testi lirici, su come inizio la discussione fraterni, quindi chiaro. Possiamo fare anche insieme. No, sì, ci può essere. E non le cose. Sì, no, no, ci sono cose. Ci sarà. No, io ieri non mi ho tagliato. Vediamo, vedo il caffè. No, dico, per fare di dire, sì, che il caffè di quanta, dico,
Yeah, that's the issue.
Io sono già fatto, questo semestre no, non per me. Forse durante il posso visitare molto di mare sì, and to prendi sì professoressa importante necessario ciò che ha di fatto. So, oggi, domani, forse opzione online o no, le persone possibile, quando si sono anche registrare la presenza ovviamente probabilmente posso i miei amici negli Stati Uniti so questo pomeriggio David Cayley, non personalmente, io ho sentito questo nome lui questo Sorry, I was like that.
I would ask the participants and the speakers to slowly sit down. What are you? Per favore, vorremmo riiniziare. Perfect. I hope now the coffee brought us new strength. I'm happy to present you now our third speaker of this first day, Jakob Deibel, who is Associated Professor for Theology and Aesthetics at the Faculty of Catholic Theology of the University of Vienna and Scientific Manager of the Interdisciplinary Research Center Religion and Transformation, which was already mentioned several times in the introduction, of the same university. His research actually focuses on the poet Friedrich Hölderlin and the question of God. He belongs to the Benedictine monastery of Melk in Lower Austria, where he currently holds the office of the prior. And I may add that he was the one who introduced me in a seminar together with Sebastian Pittel, who will talk on the last day, on Saturday, that he helped into the work of Ivan Illich. And so I'm still very thankful. And so he's one of the main reasons or the main causes why we are here organizing this event, you could say. So thank you very much for your preparation for being here again in Sant'Anselmo. We are now listening to your talk, Passing the Watershed, the Use of Metaphors in Ivan Illich's work.
Thank you, Isabella, for this kind introduction. Yes, the subtitle of my talk is rather ambitious. We heard something similar when Anna talked at the beginning. It suggests that I might that it suggests that I am in a position to provide a comprehensive overview of Ivan Illich's work, the use of metaphors in Ivan Illich's work. Given that numerous experts on Illich's work are gathered here, I must admit straight away that I cannot provide the panoramic overview of the author's work that the title implies. But what then can I contribute to this forum, if it is not a masterful overview of the subject that is, after all, the dream of modern scholarship, giving a complete overview on the topic? Answer: it is my enthusiasm for metaphors that prompts me to risk speaking to you here today. I view this lecture as a further exercise in understanding what the role of metaphors actually is. But at this point, I must pause. All the more so because the metaphor I've selected from Illich's work is a geographical metaphor. Places and spaces. So I've chosen a geographical metaphor, the watershed. This makes it all the more called for, despite the limited time available, not to omit something that I usually place at the beginning of a lecture. It is my conviction that discussions in the humanities do not take place in just any arbitrary and interchangeable place. They do not take place in a laboratory, which is defined by creating conditions that make all results appear reproducible by anyone, as Anna said in her talk. The humanities unfold in a space whose character is not indifferent. It is determined by their directions and speeds. Where do the speakers come from? What means of transport did they use to get here? How does their presence alter the place? Space, in this sense, is closely linked to time. What is the history of this place? What cyclical processes unfold here? Into which temporal framework are we entering? All the more interesting as we are gathering in a kind of monastic structure here. What can I bring with me from the place I set out from to the place where we meet to discuss a topic together? Allow me to begin with a personal remark. Yesterday, I took part in a conference on the poet Rainer Maria Rilke here in Rome at the Gregorian University. As a Benedictine, it was a great honor for me to be allowed to speak at the Jesuit University. Of course, I did not begin with a Jesuit motive, but first referred to Sant'Anselmo and spoke about the pre-Christian motive of the poet Orfeo, which is located in the center of the staircase at San Anselmo. Really beautiful. For me, a magnificent connection between religion and culture, pre-Christian and Christian iconography. Having moved back from a modern Jesuit context to a, let's call it more ancient monastic one, I wanted to turn the tables again and begin today with the Jesuit motive. The distinction between place and space adopted by the Jesuit Michel Desserteaux. In essence, it is indeed very important to me to always begin lectures with a reference to the spatial arrangement. Here, however, I admit it was also a kind of game, or let's call it a play. If done so in a preface, the audience hopefully forgives the speaker for this. My opening was an arbitrary game, I have to admit. On the other hand, we must not succumb to the illusion that our discourses are usually determined solely by the matter itself, die Sache selbst, as Hegel called it, that our discourses are just that our discourses are solely determined by the matter itself and its eternal logic. That is hardly ever the case. If one takes this seriously, it leads to the question, can one develop something from the contingencies with which one enters a discourse, from the contingent events surrounding an encounter and one's own sensibilities? Of course, this presupposes that one abandons the idea of a sovereign self that is master of discourse. I am far more interested how someone works with or elaborates on the appersonal moments, as maybe Agamben would put it, how someone elaborates on the appersonal moments that have always guided us even before we have written a single sentence. Of course, I'm not saying that we are at the mercy of these appersonal moments. Rather, the point is, we can and must engage with them and shape them. The interplay with place and space, with which I began, leads me to the question of what I can actually take away with me when I come here to Rome, to a gathering of people who know Ivan Illich's thinking far better than I do. Illich's metaphor of the watershed has come into even sharper focus for me. The watershed is a geographical motif employed by Illich in a mode of thinking that clearly subordinates spatial in his thinking that normally that clearly subordinates spatial questions, motives and themes to temporal one. It's interesting that the watershed is a so important motive for Illich, and I think it's even more interesting as his thinking is normally even more shaped by temporal questions, motives, and themes. Illich is a thinker of time, not of space, I would presume. Nevertheless, I must continue to insist on space. When I first came to Sant'Anselmo, Professor Elmar Salman, who has shaped Sant'Anselmo for so long, familiarized me with its spatial layout. Before one begins to work in a place, he said, one must know its geography. It is the same Salman who was quoted in almost every contribution to yesterday's discussion at the Gregoriana, particularly as I had just drawn attention to Sant'Anselmo at the outset, the beginning. Had I not done so, it is unlikely anyone would have thought to recall the sapiential monastic thought of the great Salman in response to some unknown lecturer who turns up from Vienna. But this completely changed the situation of the discussion there. Everyone showed that he knew Salman and also Sant'Anselmo. Anyone traveling to Italy from Central Europe can take with them some understanding of the significance of watersheds. In Italy, which is surrounded by the sea on so many sides, watersheds are not a geographically structuring and relevant element of central importance. In Central Europe, however, which is so strongly shaped by a system of rivers, they certainly are. For Hölderlin, it was clear, for the central region of Europe, the metaphor of the river is the guiding principle. For questions on the emerging global society, however, it is the sea. Anyone traveling through Central Europe comes across, for instance, the elusive boundary that separates the area where all water flows into the North Sea or the Baltic Sea, the Rhine, the Elbe, from the area where all water flows into the Mediterranean or the Black Sea, for example, the Danube. For me, there is something fascinating about crossing these boundaries, which is often barely noticeable on the surface of the landscape every single time. It is fascinating for me. In what follows, I will explore the metaphor of the watershed in two of Illich's books. First in Tools for Conviviality, and then in the Vineyard of the Text. Tools for Conviviality.
The opening chapter of Tools for Conviviality is entitled Two Watersheds. Using the metaphor of the watershed, Illich evokes a society's crossing of a boundary. This boundary separates two spheres that allow different logics, even though outwardly visible conditions may change little. Developments within these spheres must be viewed differently. Once a watershed has been crossed, a society cannot return to the other side of that watershed through isolated adjustments of its behavior. The crux of tools for conviviality lies in an even more precise application of the metaphor. Illich speaks of two distinct types of watersheds, a first and a second one. They provide him with a tool for examining social developments in various fields in a comparable manner. Quotation of Tools for Conviviality. Other industrial institutions have passed through the same two watersheds. This is certainly true for the major social agencies that have been reorganized according to scientific criteria during the last 150 years. Education, the mails, social work, transportation, and even civil engineering have followed this evolution. At first, new knowledge is applied to the solution of a clearly stated problem, and scientific measuring sticks are applied to account for the new efficiency. But at the second point, the progress demonstrated in the previous achievement is used as a rationale for the exploitation of society as a whole in the service of a value which is determined and constantly revised by an element of society, by one of its self-certifying professional elites. The first watershed is crossed when one begins to analyze an area of social life using precise criteria, plans its improvement, and evaluates the results. Crossing this watershed brings great benefits. However, this increase cannot be sustained indefinitely. Once the second watershed is crossed, a rationally determinable relationship between the resources expended and the successes achieved breaks down. Ever greater effort becomes necessary to achieve ever smaller successes. The collateral damage exceeds the successes themselves. Another characteristic of this second watershed is that progress is no longer thought for the sake of some other goal, but now becomes the goal in itself. It begins to generate previously unknown needs that only itself can resolve. It justifies ever-increasing costs that must be accepted for its sake. Whilst the possibility of precise analysis was the driving force behind crossing the first watershed, the system begins to await this very control. Quotation, society can have no quantitative standards by which to add up the negative value of illusion. The negative value of illusion is increasingly brought about by development itself. In the medical field, the second watershed is crossed when the second watershed is crossed when advances in medicine do no longer lead to an improvement in general health, but to more people discovering that they are in fact ill. Improved medical facilities become an unmistakable indicator of the illness of us all. Unlike in the English version of the book, Illich states in the German edition that once the second watershed has been crossed, the field can no longer be analyzed solely in economic terms. Dynamics come into play that are better understood within the realm of religion. What was once an evaluable means has itself become an absolute that sets the criteria but can no longer be questioned. The concept of the watershed derives its analytical power from the intertwining of these two thresholds. Crossing the first watershed, which involves an explicitly scientific approach to a phenomenon, can be determined relatively clearly, retrospectively, using the tools of a historical analysis. Various indicators can be used to show when a scientific approach to a phenomenon began. The second watershed, by contrast, marks the far more difficult to identify transition into a development that can no longer be described linearly. The individual variables, such as the resources expanded and the successes achievable through them, behave unpredictably or can only be described by taking many other factors into account. Progress can no longer be measured on a scale, but becomes itself a principle that justifies its means. Conclusion of this section. The discussion of these two watersheds is valuable in that, once we have established that the first watershed has been crossed, it prompts us to seek the second. The identification of the first watershed is analytical in nature, that of the second heuristic. In the vignette of the text, I have to apologize. I had no English tradition translation of text, so I did the translation of the quotations myself. In the vignette of the text, in his book, In the Vignette of the Text, Illich also speaks on several occasions of crossing watershed, such as the watershed between monastic and scholastic reading. Or, referring to Chenou, he says, Chenou speaks of a watershed of certainties and ideas that was crossed during the 12th century and which brought about a change, at least as profound as that of the Reformation. Illich also uses the metaphor, however, when he speaks of the fact that the era that began with the crossing of the aforementioned medieval watershed is now coming to an end. Thus, he says of those scholars who come from a particular reading culture and see that this reading culture is coming to an end in the present, of those scholars he says, this no longer applies to those who are aware that one of their feet stands on one side of a new watershed and the other on the other side. Here, the metaphor of crossing the watershed has no heuristic function. It marks the beginning and the end of an era. Illich does not distinguish between two qualitatively different, interrelated watersheds, the first and the second watershed. However, it becomes apparent that he is able to use this metaphor to name historical upheavals in different periods. These are two different ways of applying one and the same metaphor to history. In Tools for Conviviality, this heuristic tool of seeking what could be a second watershed after having analyzed that we have already crossed a first one, and in the vignette of the text, it just marks the beginning and the end of an epoch. But it gives Illich the possibility to apply the same metaphor for naming the beginning and the end. What understanding of metaphor? It seems quite clear to me that Illich wants the watershed to be understood as a metaphor. For instance, in the context of the term's usage, he once explicitly refers to another metaphor, which indicates that he too understands the watershed as a metaphor. I would like to add two further considerations here. Firstly, the other metaphor mentioned is that of turning a page. Quotation, around 1140, a page is turned. Could also say a watershed is crossed. Around 1140, a page is turned. In book culture, the monastic page is closed and the scholastic page is opened. and the monastery of St. Victor embodies the precarious moment in which the page is turned. Illich moves beyond the realm of geographical metaphors and adopts the book as a new root metaphor, Wurzelmetapher. According to Ricoeur, a root metaphor, Wurzelmetapher, has the ability to evoke other metaphors, to bring together scattered metaphors, and to function as a point of reference for metaphorical speaking in general. The root metaphor is capable of stimulating the power of the imagination in a special way. Indeed, quote of Ricoeur, indeed, a metaphor rarely comes alone. One metaphor calls for another, and together they remain alive thanks to the mutual tension and the power of each to conjure up the whole network. The final chapter in the vignette of the text is entirely devoted to the book as root metaphor and traces its diverse history back to antiquity. The metaphor of the book is linked to that of reading. They support one another. This leads us to the question of the legibility of the Lesbarkeit of the world, which is a central term in Illich's work. This becomes apparent in that Illich concludes the book with a quotation from Huge of St. Victor. There are three books, the first which human makes from something, the second which God created from nothing, and the third which God brought forth from himself, God from God. The first is transitory human creation, the second is God's work, which never perishes, for in the invisible wisdom of the Creator is made visible, for in the invisible wisdom of the Creator is made visible in a visible work. The third is not God's work, but the wisdom through which God accomplished all his works. I do not want to delve into this quotation, but just want to show that Illich finishes his book by adopting this metaphor of the book. Secondly, we ask whether the attempt to understand fundamental transitions in history necessitates the use of metaphors. Hans Blumenberg, whose analysis of the legibility of the world Illich valued very warmly, coined the term metaphorology. By this he means a specific kind of investigation of historical processes that precedes the analysis of the history of a concept, Begriffsgeschichte. It's hardly possible to translate Hans Blumenberg in English. So for that reason, I just took one phrase out of his introduction into metaphorology. Metaphorology seeks to access the substructure of thought, the underlying ground, the nutrient solution of systematic crystallizations. Through these metaphors, mind anticipates itself in its images and how its history takes shape. Before undergoing the process of refinement into a concept, something can become visible in metaphors. These metaphors, Blumenberg speaks of absolute metaphors, these metaphors do not stand for something else that could just as easily be expressed without them. With these metaphors, and only with them, can a particular historical constellation be understood and discussed. I come to the conclusion. Metaphor and philosophy of history on the theme of our conference. We have encountered a twofold use of metaphors in Illich's work. Firstly, to point to fundamental transitions, he uses metaphors, particularly that of the watershed, but also that of turning a page in a book. Secondly, for the period from Hugo of St. Victor to his own time, he uses the metaphor of the book as an absolute metaphor in order to capture an epoch. This is another usage of metaphors. The book is a root metaphor that gives rise to a wealth of similar metaphors and interpretations. His reflections on books and reading His reflections on books and reading constitute a major strand of his philosophy of history, if we might call his thinking like this. I do not know whether this metaphorical strand can be linked to the second strand of his philosophy of history. This second strand does not stem from a metaphor, but from a motto. Corruptio optimi, quae est pessima. The corruption of the best is the worst. Perhaps this could be called the prophetic strand of Illich's thought. It is the theme of our conference. We encounter Illich as the reader, the metaphor of the book. We encounter Illich as the reader and as the prophet. Perhaps this is the tension that runs through his life, not a watershed, but a boundary, as the truly fruitful place of insight, as Illich put it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jakob, for this beautiful presentation and reflection on the use of metaphors or the function of metaphors in the work of Ivan Illich, or at least in some of his works. We have Annalisa, who helps us this time with the microphone. And yes, I open the discussion. Okay, we start here in the center. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. As always, intervention like that opens hundreds of doors, and none of them could be, let's say, investigated in 100%. I was thinking while you were talking about the idea of the metaphor. If the metaphor is a way to visualize the world, a process of visualization. I mean, there is this very famous quote of Heidegger, whom I don't like very much, but from time to time, he has very, very poignant insights. And he said that the conquest, the way how modernity distinguishes itself is the conquest of the world as image and als Bild. And the question now is, what kind of image do we have of the world? Because the world is always a concept which is mediated by something. And the metaphor, from this point of view, becomes a dispositif, a visualization machine in a certain way. And for example, in Italian, we say farsi un'idea, which means to make an idea, while in German, you would say sich ein Bild machen. So the tension between idea and Bild as an image, so it's a very strong one. So this is about watershed between languages, which is huge, another huge topic within Illich. And if you can say something about that.
At first, very, very brief answer would be that I like to read thinkers like Illich who offer us new metaphors or images of how to perceive our situation or another epoch. Of course, there are always critics who can say that something is not understood right, and that's also that's very important. But nevertheless, I like thinkers who, to my point of view, can offer us a productive new image of how to perceive the world. And if somebody is capable of this by using just one term or an absolute metaphor, as Hans Blumenberg put it, it can be very fruitful for further discussion, for elaborating on this, or for criticizing this. And I think Illich was very good in this, although maybe we would, as I would agree to Martin, that I think institutions are much more important than Illich says, but nevertheless, his analysis a very interesting and the images he gives to us. This is the first answer I would give. The way in which I interpreted Illich's metaphors was, I think, much more close to Blumenberg as to Ricoeur, for example, because in Ricoeur it's so important that there is a clash in every metaphor that disrupts completely our understanding. Whereas in Blumenberg, it's an image, as you put it, to perceive the world, maybe also in close connection to what you told us about Heidegger. And I think it's not possible to just find one image but they can correct each other and against thank you, complement each other. And for me, the interesting question is whether this can be a productive process or not.
I'd like to know what you think about the role of metaphor between the microcosm, in the bridge between the microcosm and the macrocosm. I think that Liber Divinorum Operum of Hildegarda von Bingen teaches us a lot about that, but I don't know what you think.
Yeah. I'm not sure whether I'm capable to answer to this now, but I just can add that I find very interesting Hans Blumenberg's elaborations on how cosmic metaphors shape our thinking and how they become metaphysical principles from which something can be derived, or the distinction between metaphysical principles from which something can be derived and which are necessary in a certain kind of philosophical, theological thinking, and metaphors that just help us to conceive and perceive the world. And I'm not an expert on these matters. I just would like to add that I like the analysis of Blumenberg on this topic of the cosmic metaphors and how they interact also with other let's call it philosophical or metaphysical notions like microcosmos and so on.
Here in the center?
You spoke. You're trying to. I admire what you're trying to tease out the prophetic in Illich, and you spoke, and you've entered through space to do that. And I'm wondering if there's anything in Illich that explores that, some of the issues or some of the resources of topology for that, and especially you had mentioned metric and optic. But Peirce, Charles Sanders Peirce, pushes that to look at how connection, continuity, we could say conviviality, has its own logic, has its own structure. And I'm wondering if you found, I read Illich 20 years ago, and I had my Illich period, and but lately I've been thinking of him again because of the present situation. But exactly with regards to that question, is there connections in the noosphere that we need to be pulling out?
Is there connections in the
noosphere, the cultural mental world we are immersed in the midst, and that events are part of.
Yeah, I start with the beginning of your question. It was just a thought that came to my mind, and maybe, but you can correct me. And as I said to people here who know Illich much better than me, I started with metaphors or with notions of space at the beginning, but I think that his thinking, but I may be wrong, is much more driven by the notion of time. He thinks about epochs, about changes, transitions, but in a very temporal way, I think. And maybe if somebody is so focused on changes, on temporal transitions, it can be interesting to sometimes adopt spatial metaphors. Of course, there are analyses where these spatial and temporal notions are closely connected, like in Illich's analysis on transport and so on. And as you said, it would be very fruitful to further delve into what you mentioned, the topic of conviviality, whether this is conceived more temporal or more spatial or both together. Maybe there will be another talk on this. I think we could keep these questions a very interesting one. I would have to think about on this.
Yeah, thanks. Carlos, you as well, or also? And then first Carlos, I think, and then Marcus. Mm-hmm.
Very briefly, if I may, I would like to express a kind of discomfort that I'm feeling when I'm listening to you talking about space and different places too. So this transition coming from Latin America, all the time we are referring to Illich, thinking about the place of lugar, the place, not the space, which is more related to productivity, counterproductivity. There are people who are struggling for space, for territory. There is a political dimension of territory, of space. Yeah. It's not like an abstract discussion. So I think what you are saying is absolutely relevant, of course. But how can we link the two sides of the issues?
I think this is also a problem of definition and how you conceive certain notions. In order so that my game from the beginning works, I wanted to start with the Jesuit. Also, Isabella worked a lot on him, with Michel Desado, who differentiates, thank you, between place and space, Ort and Raum. But if you would refer to, for example, Marc Augé, this doesn't function anymore. He differentiates between Ort und Nicht-Ort, place and non-place. I don't. Maybe in this, what you said now, maybe this would be the better. The better tool for analyzing a situation. So I think these notions like space or place are so broadly used that you always have to say what you mean by them if you want to adopt these concepts in a very distinct way. So one could ask whether what you said, the struggle for space, which is a societal and political issue, maybe this requires other theories of space production, for example, and David Harvey, for example, that space is always created space and not just there, and so on. Maybe this would be the better concepts in this case.
I simply, before we have the last question, I want to greet cordially David Cayley, who has joined us now online. David Cayley, I know you do not see the audience. We will later on ask the ones who are online to switch on the video camera, that you can talk to somebody more directly, or at least have the impression to talk to somebody more directly. if you still have the time, so afterwards we still have one question from Markus Riedenauer from the auditory, and then the answer by of Jakob Deibel, and then we will turn to your talk.
Good, thank you. Thank you.
But I think you have to switch on your microphone, or at least can we make a test?
Yes, it's on and it's showing a level.
Perfect. Yeah, we hear you. Okay.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Then Markus Riedenauer.
Just an idea to shoot this into your question. Yeah. Spaces can be dominated.
Yeah.
Places inhabited.
Yeah.
Maybe we can put the difference as simpler as that. So I was still wondering what does the watershed in a historical analysis of transition really mean? Because part of the water flows to the one side and part of the same water flows to the other side. But then I think I found the clue in one little sentence. You said when you cross some of these watersheds in Europe, you hardly recognize. Maybe this is the point, that we think the rain is still going in that direction, to that river, to that sea, and we, for quite a while, do not realize that everything is flowing into the opposite direction. Is that the point, maybe?
Thank you. I think this is a very important point, and I'm not sure whether Illich explains this very clearly, but to my point of view, I would totally agree. If you drive through Germany, sometimes you see European watershed, but you do not notice any difference. And maybe this mode of slightly crossing something, and only after a while you notice that everything has another logic in this. But this metaphor has also its limits, because you can easily cross the watershed and go back in this geographical manner. Maybe in this case, the Roman metaphor would be better to cross the Rubicon. If you have crossed it, you cannot go back. So, but this would be the Roman analogon to this. Or we are here at the Aventine, and I think it's closely connected to Remus, one of the brothers Romulus and Remus, and he jumped on over the little wall and he could not go back anymore, and so okay.
Thank you very much, Jakob Deibel. I have now the pleasure to Justin, you would have a question. Justin Veit?
Sorry, no, that was a mistake. All right.
Okay, good, perfect. But you can switch on your camera. I would ask the ones who are online to switch on the video camera for David Cayley, to make it a little bit easier to talk to a person and not to a distant room or audience who he does not see. So I now have the pleasure to welcome among us. Yeah, thank you very much. That's really kind of you. I now have the pleasure to welcome and to present to you David Cayley. I think you all know him at least by name, but nevertheless, I want to say a few words. David Cayley is a writer and broadcaster based in Toronto. For more than 3 decades, he produced radio documentaries for CBC Radio's Ideas series. Cayley conducted a number of extensive interviews with Ivan Illich, which you probably know, which resulted in the books Ivan Illich in Conversation and The Rivers North of the Future, the testament of Ivan Illich as told to David Cayley, which is often the basis for many of our arguments as well. He's also the author of Ivan Illich, An Intellectual Journey, which was published in 2021, and a major work exploring Illich's life, thought, and enduring significance for the contemporary world. So we are quite much indebted to you, David, to your work, and we're really happy to have you with us. Although, so it was not so in these last days, it was not so easy for you, and we are really happy that you made it to be with us. Let's make a test. I will see, if we can make it a little bit greater. That's it. Okay. David, the floor is yours now.
Oh, all right. Well, is this, am I being seen and heard?
Yes, we see you and we hear you.
Good. All right. Well, my first duty is to explain my appearance. I'm somewhat disfigured by surgery that occurred last week on my lip and involved quite a bit of cutting and stitching. I'm well, so I don't want you to be alarmed. I'm healing well, but I don't look so good. So just so nobody is worried about this, I forget, my image is reversed. Yes, I'm not very easy with this Zoom technology. I wish I could see you. I wish I could be there, but I was so happy to hear of this conference when it was made known to me that I thought, well, do it. At least if there's some way I can contribute, let me do so. And so you'll forgive my not quite knowing how to proceed. And also my diction is not quite back to normal yet. So I hope you'll be able to understand me. I've prepared a paper which I'm going to more or less read. And so I hope that'll work out.
David,
yes.
I heard you well, I must say, because I'm so near to the computer. But indeed, if you are farther away, we don't hear you well. We will try. Wait a minute. We will try to change a little bit the sound system.
Okay,
so
good. I'm quite close to my microphone here, so
yeah, because I think it's not your nothing which you can change. I think, or
I don't think so.
I think so. We're making 1 minute of break, and we are getting Sylvia to help us. And then we start with your talk.
Okay, good.
Thank you. Huh? Yeah. David, could you simply talk something, say something, and I will try the different systems.
Yes.
Simply say anything.
All right. Well, my little horse must think it queer to stop without a farmhouse near between the woods and frozen
Okay,
lake.
I think we hear you now. Okay, it worked out.
All right, good. Okay, so shall I begin? And
yes.
Isabella, I can see you, so if something goes wrong, wave your hand or jump up and down.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. My theme is the figure of apocalypse in Illich's thought, but also in our time, where I think it has, at the moment, quite a peculiar place, familiar, but at the same time, extremely obscure. One hears the word all the time. I did a Google search, for example, for apocalyptic films and turned up hundreds upon hundreds of titles and more under cognate terms like dystopian or post-apocalyptic. But all of them are concerned simply with devastation. They make no reference to the original meaning of the term apocalypse in Judeo-Christian tradition. This was something that René Girard once drew my attention to. He said how very odd he thought it was that during the period when humans had no capacity to destroy themselves, or Western humans, they were quite preoccupied with this figure of apocalypse. But as soon as they acquired the capacity, whether by nuclear war or now most recently by the fear of out-of-control AI, the figure more or less disappeared, at least in its religious form. And the idea that it might have anything to do with the New Testament is more or less off the table, which Girard said to me is not more than just a form of repression, is probably a form of madness. So the purpose of my talk is to locate this figure in the thought of Illich, in its biblical context, and in our time. So to begin with Illich, he at first more or less disavows any apocalyptic element in his thinking. And I'll take as an example a talk he gave in Cuernavaca in 1966, which is in a volume called The Powerless Church. The essay is called Concerning Aesthetic and Religious Experience. So in his theme in that talk, as it often was around that time, was the maturation of humankind, what Dietrich Bonhoeffer in his prison letters called mankind's coming of age. Modernity, Illich says, has produced a humanity which has outgrown its religious and mythic childhood. We have, he goes on, lifted the veil from the organisms that produce our idols. And this salutary disillusionment, he thinks, has left people open to the experience that the Gospels call the kingdom of heaven, as something that can be experienced here and now by a celebrating community, rather than remaining sequestered within religious institutions. He speaks of this experience as entering the density of the real, a phrase he ascribes to Nicholas of Cusa, though I think the phrase is actually Illich's way of condensing Cusanus's meaning. The kingdom is fulfilled, Illich says, without utopian is more familiar, completion, and it will come about without being apocalyptic. That's the key phrase I want to draw your attention to. Illich believed, and he said this again and again during the 1960s, that what he called humanistic maturity had made possible a new church, a church that would realize the kingdom as something that exists among us and constitutes what might be called the essence of our sociability, insofar as we are what the Apostle Paul calls members incorporate of one another. This is a vision of a now and forever community that can be realized in concelebration anywhere and at any time. To say that it is not apocalyptic is to say that the new heaven and new earth observed by John of Patmos only after the first heaven and the first earth had vanished can be apprehended here and now without any cataclysm, rapture, or last judgment intervening. Here I'll mention one of my heroes, the English poet William Blake, and a commentary he wrote on an engraving he made of the Last Judgment, where he says, "The Last Judgment is a representation of what eternally exists." And he goes on, "Whenever any individual rejects error and embraces truth, a last judgment passes upon that individual." And Illich is in accord, I think. The new church that he envisioned and spoke about in the years between 1951 and 1969, have passed beyond old mythological and religious horizons in order to enter the density of the real. And the apocalypse, as the projection of a mythical idea into history, had no place in this vision. The meaning of history, Eric Vogelin wrote around the same time, is an illusion created by treating a symbol of faith as if it were a proposition concerning an object of imminent experience. and that's Illich's view too, I'm saying. I think he would have agreed with that. Nearly 40 years later, in 1992, when I was interviewing him about his claim that life, understood as an object of administration, is, in his words, the most powerful idol which the Church has had to face in the course of her history, he made the following statement: I have always abstained from making apocalyptic statements or interpreting the apocalypse. I don't want to get into that kind of fundamentalism. I'd rather stay in history. So his view then was the same as it had been in 1966. And then 5 years further on, at the conclusion of the 2-week interview that comprises the first part of The Rivers North of the Future, there comes a surprise. Illich told me that our present epoch might be quite close to the end of the world. So let me quote him in full. I claim, this is Illich speaking, that the mysterium iniquitatis, so the Latin, the Vulgate's word for the mystery of evil, has been hatching. And I dare say that it's now more clearly present than ever before. It is therefore quite wrong to, completely wrong to ascribe to me the idea that this is a post-Christian era. On the contrary, I believe this to be, paradoxically, the most obviously Christian epoch, which might be quite close to the end of the world. Later in this same passage, he says explicitly, I live in an apocalyptic world. And yet, elsewhere in these interviews, Illich seems to continue his abstention from apocalyptic statements and speaks as he had before. For instance, when he says, the apocalypse is the moment at which the meaning of my own life will be revealed to me. So there he's with Blake. So has something changed? I don't think so, unless it's Illich's willingness to be more explicit about his view of the relationship between the gospel, the church, and the fate of Western becoming worldwide society. What has become clearer is that the apocalypse has two distinct meanings for Illich, and as his work progresses, the accent shifts from one to the other. The 20th century was both a cataclysmic end and the seeding of a new beginning. And Illich is one of the 20th century prophets in which both the ending and the new beginning are visible. Many examples of this are possible, I think. Just to contextualize Illich, I'll mention two. The first, I've already cited him, is Dietrich Bonhoeffer, arrested in 1943, imprisoned for 2 years at Tegel prison, and then hanged at Schlossenburg concentration camp weeks before the war's end. Bonhoeffer witnessed and suffered the implosion of German civilization, but his thoughts in his letters from prison are often of a new era, of what he called religionless Christianity. Another example, which is less known, but most undeservedly so in my opinion, is Eugene Rosenstock Hussey. His vision of the end came at the Battle of Verdun, where he served as a captain of artillery in the Imperial German Army during what he would later call a last judgment on Wilhelm II's Germany. At the Battle of Verdun, 300,000 people died, and 400,000 people were maimed or wounded. Before the war, Rosenstock Hussey had been an academic prodigy, already at 24 a full professor in the Faculty of Law at the University of Leipzig, the youngest man in Germany to have gained this rank. After the war, he was invited to continue this prodigious career in a position of his choice. He could go to Berlin as an undersecretary in the Department of Interior and help to write the Constitution of the new German Republic. He could become the editor of the then Germany's leading religious magazine, Hochland, or he could return to Leipzig as a professor. But he did none of these things. He refused all three offers and took an obscure position at the Daimler-Benz automobile factory in Stuttgart, where, among other things, he edited a newspaper for the workers. And what he said about this is what I want to draw attention to. The old order, he said, had died, and he had been called, these are his words, into a new, dangerous form of existence which did not yet exist. A new, dangerous form of existence which did not yet exist. Illich's life, in my eyes, shows the same pattern. He told me about a moment just before the Nazi invasion of Austria in 1938, when he realized that, in his words, he would never give children, that's how he put it, to the ancestral domain of the Illiches in Dalmatia. When I asked him if this represented just his own vocation to celibacy or a feeling about Europe in general, the fate of Europe in general, he said the latter. Old Europe was dying and a new era was beginning. An era so extraordinary, Illich went on to say, that it is surprising that we still call ourselves human and still consider ourselves descendants of history. In this new world, he said, he would have no home, but live always in a tent. So, like Rosenstock-Huessy, he would be a nomad, called into a dangerous new form of existence which did not yet exist. So, now, if you'll permit me a brief digression. World's End. For Bonhoeffer, Rosenstock-Huessy, and Illich, it was the world of the West, so-called, of Latin Christendom become Europe. But other worlds have also ended. One that has always served as a memento mori for me is the world of the Blackfoot Confederacy in Western Canada, before there was a Western Canada, symbolized in the person of Chief Crowfoot, who led his people through the time when the railway, European settlement, and the virtual extinction of the buffalo completely destroyed their way of life. Crowfoot's courage and vision were, for me, a warning against sentimentality about the disintegration of Western culture, and a reminder that many worlds have ended, and these endings have each been no less poignant, no less excruciating, and no less significant than the loss of old Europe for the men I have named. In a similar way, many other religious traditions show analogues of the biblical apocalypse. Ragnarok in Norse mythology, Kali Yuga in Hinduism, the tradition of the 5 suns amongst the Aztecs. These are just a few of hundreds of examples that could be given, all showing that world's ending and beginning is a staple idea, an archetype, shared across diverse cultures. That's one meaning of apocalypse. But the term in biblical tradition has a more specific meaning, and that's its literal meaning in the Greek, revelation. In the New Testament, in several places, Jesus portrays the uncovering of secret and hidden things as a crucial element of his ministry. He says he'll reveal things that have been kept secret from the foundation of the world. He characterizes this unveiling as both necessary and inevitable. For whatever is hidden, he declares, is meant to be disclosed, and whatever is concealed is meant to be brought out into the open. But what has been hidden, let alone hidden from the beginning of the world, must have remained secret for a reason. It must be something that human beings have so far been unable or unwilling to recognize. So Jesus also predicts that his coming will create discord and dissension. He will set father against son, mother against daughter, cast fire on the earth, bring not peace but a sword, to quote just a few of these many predictions. The exposure of dark secrets and the initiation of a time of conflict, typify the apocalyptic tendency in the New Testament. And this tendency has had a formative influence on Christian societies and cultures. Yet today, the word is badly misunderstood. In popular usage, as I've said, it just signifies great destruction of some kind. The New Testament itself, I think, bears some responsibility for this, since it ends with a book called Apocalypse, a book comprising, on a literal level, a rather lurid revenge fantasy in which all those not inscribed in the book of life are cast into a lake of burning sulfur. And Jesus appears at the head of the armies of heaven, armed with a sharp sword with which to smite the nations. This violence and Schadenfreude has certainly had a strong influence on the understanding of apocalypse in once Christian lands. But the word's primary meaning remains revelation, or more literally, uncovering and unveiling. And this is the meaning I want to emphasize here. Since Jesus made his claim that even humanity's oldest and best-kept secrets were about to be brought to light, many thinkers have drawn attention to the focus, dynamism, and direction that this apocalyptic principle has imparted, for good and ill, to societies influenced by Christianity. Time was endowed with an orientation and an inclination that it had formerly lacked among peoples who took their main bearings from the past and conceived history as an endless cycling of the same. What historian of religions Mircea Eliade calls a valorization of time began to take place, eventually giving birth to an expansive concept of progress. René Girard, who I mentioned already, supposed that what had been hidden since the foundation of the world was the role of scapegoating in holding human groups together. Human beings, he said, are mimetic creatures who are bound by their nature to fall into violent and socially destructive rivalries. To have survived, they must at all times and at all places have learned the same lesson, that the way to restore peace is for all to turn against one more or less arbitrary victim. In the Passion story in John's Gospel, the high priest Caiaphas expresses this principle when he advises the ruling council that Jesus should be executed because it is expedient that one man should die for the people and the whole people perish not. A little violence inoculates against a lot of violence. According to Girard, Christ's life, death, and resurrection disables this effective and immemorial mechanism by declaring the innocence of the victim, the forgiveness of sin, and the end of scapegoating sacrifice. This produces, Girard says, an either-or. Without the therapeutic sacrifice of agreed and recognized victims, human groups will either have to face and forsake their violence or fall into chronic and ever-worsening discord. This is the apocalyptic principle at work. Another version, I'm trying to establish some parallels with Illich, comes from the British priest and sociologist David Martin in his book, The Breaking of the Image. He compares the incarnation to the splitting of the atom. I'm quoting, "The breaking of the tiniest unit releases a locked-up power capable of filling the whole cosmos." The atom, in his image, is religion, and its priestly containments, broken by the Son of Man, whose first words in Mark's Gospel are, "The time has come at last. The kingdom of God has arrived. You must change your hearts and minds and believe the good news." Elsewhere, "I call you not servants but friends," Jesus said in John's Gospel. "For everything I have heard from my Father I have made known to you." Everything I have heard from my Father I have made known to you. The truth is present and available right now. Religious authorities will try to contain and restrain this explosive power, but again and again, says Martin, this time bomb will explode. In Martin's history, there's a constant tension between the apocalyptic element in the gospel and society's interest in conservation and continuation. The power is held back, contained, metered out in tolerable doses, part pedagogy, part inoculation. But again and again, it breaks out. And this picture is also mirrored in Eugene Rosenstock-Huessie's monumental History of Revolution, which appeared in English in 1938 as Out of Revolution, Autobiography of Western Man. Every revolution starts from faith, Rosenstock-Huessie asserted, and draws on the characteristic Christian conviction that the kingdom of heaven is at hand and that all things can be made new. He therefore dares to characterize the history of European revolutions as the march of the Holy Spirit through the nations. Now, to get back to Illich at last, Illich has another version of this apocalyptic principle, of the way in which the gospel acts on the societies in which it is implanted. Secularization theory has tended to see Christianity as either transformed or rejected by modern society. There's a tradition running from Marx through Weber and Durkheim and on into Karl Löwith and Carl Schmitt, which sees modernity as a metamorphosis of Christianity. Schmitt says, for example, without exception, that all significant concepts of the modern theory of the state are secularized theological concepts. Reactionaries, on the other hand, have supposed that modernity is forgetfulness of Christianity. And a few, like Hans Blumenberg, whom I gather was prominent in the last talk, have tried to sort of feather their way in between, arguing that modernity shares a set of questions with Christianity, but gives distinctive answers that are something more than just the transformation of a common substance. Modernity, for Blumenberg, has its own dignity, its own essence, its own legitimacy, in his word. Illich offers a new account, and Charles Taylor points this out in his introduction to The Rivers North of the Future. Modernity, Illich says, is neither Christianity's fulfillment nor its replacement, but its perversion. Not its completion, but its betrayal. In the history of the West, God's incarnation is turned inside out. Illich calls this inversion, by which the world's mysterious vocation to glory becomes demonic night, the mystery of evil. He takes this expression from the second letter to the Thessalonians. In that letter, its author, who may or may not have been the Apostle Paul, addresses the expectation of the church in Thessalonica that the day of the Lord is imminent. He advises the Thessalonians not to become excited or shaken in mind because, he tells them, that day cannot come before the rebellion, which will reveal the man of sin who proclaims himself to be God. He tells them that the mystery of iniquity, which will ultimately produce this result, is already at work, but that it is currently being restrained. Neither he who now restrains nor the mode of this restraint is further described. From this passage, Illich adopted the term the mystery of evil, which he sometimes liked to render in the Latin of the Vulgate as mysterium iniquitatis. The phrase has been variously translated. The King James Version in English retained iniquity. The Revised Standard Version substituted the mystery of lawlessness, which is probably closer to the Greek anomias, and the New English Bible then restored wickedness. But what's important to Illich is the claim that this mystery is already at work. That's the key, and could be expected to mature into a full-blown declaration of independence in which the man of sin would declare himself to be God. Now, let me read you Illich's gloss on this passage, since it's important. Here we go. The final, Paul is saying, or Paul or whoever is saying, that the final evil that would bring the world to an end was already present. This evil was called Antichrist, and the church was identified as the milieu in which it would nest. The church had gone pregnant with an evil which would have found no nesting place in the Old Testament. Paul, in the second chapter of his second letter to the Thessalonians, calls this new reality the mystery of evil. He says that something unbelievably horrible has come into being and begun to grow with his foundation of communities around the Eastern Mediterranean, something whose full extent won't be grasped until some future moment at which he places apocalypsis, meaning the end of time and the world. Okay, that's the end of Illich. In this passage, he ascribes 4 characteristics to the mystery of evil. It was unprecedented, unknown to the Old Testament. It was endemic and uniquely proportioned to the church. The church was its proper and only nesting place. It was progressive. The church had gone pregnant with something that could be expected to increase. And it was final. It could bring the world to an end, if not recognized and counteracted. Now, I leave it to more competent authority to judge whether the text warrants this interpretation. It's always been my suspicion that Ivan put more weight on this passage than it can properly bear, and that he ascribed to the early church an awareness of the evil it was incubating that I think it generally lacked, basing myself on my reading of the rest of the New Testament. But that doesn't really matter here, because it certainly tells us what Illich thought was the case and what he thought should have been the awareness of the early church. At the end of the first part of The Rivers North of the Future, I've already quoted it, and this was nearly 30 years ago, Ivan says, sorry, I say Illich because I want to be formal, and then I find myself saying Ivan, but that the mystery of evil is now hatching, which I take to mean revealing itself in its mature or finished form, and that this might place us quite close to the end of the world. What did he mean? This brings us back to the second meaning of apocalypse, revelation. The history of the West is a demonstration, an acting out, a trial, if you like, of what happens when what is beyond price, beyond control, and beyond understanding, God's very being given even unto death, is, so to speak, operationalized, brought under management. This revelation is now at the full, Illich says, and even those without faith, and therefore without the key to understanding how this situation might have come about, can perceive something horrible and something uncanny in the extravagant perversions of our world, the extravagant perversities, I meant to say. I'm quoting him again. Those who are willing to face this horror as something unexplainable act as witnesses for a mystery. That this mystery is the mysterium iniquitatis does not make it less fit to be the entrance door into the entire mystery of the incarnation. That's a sentence that's always had extraordinary importance for me, although it's not developed further. But this suggestion that people, contemporaries, can enter the mystery of the incarnation through the back door, as it were, has always been very, very important to me, because it seems to intimate that the Great Commission, which ends Matthew's Gospel, to make disciples of all nations, has been perversely fulfilled. The gospel has been preached to all nations, as we can now begin to see, but in its upside-down form. Corruptio, optimi, pessima, which I think is the title of your conference, is a commonplace. It's a proverb, a condensation of something that happens all the time, everywhere. That's evident to common sense. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, if you know that English expression. Is not exactly an esoteric saying. So this proverb, this commonplace, acquires its force in Illich by his having applied it to the highest truth and made us see that the perversion of this truth is the central motor of our history. He also called this a mystery of faith, that the best should become the worst in this way. And a mystery for Illich was something to be contemplated, not something to be explained or explained to be penetrated or explained. So, respecting that, this is a ground on which we should, I think, tread very carefully. And yet I believe it is possible to go further than Illich was prepared to go in the interviews that comprised The Rivers North of the Future, a presentation that he insisted was just, at one point he calls it a pencil sketch, a research hypothesis, something he's putting forward for further consideration. And one step that we might take concerns the mystery of evil, of which Illich says, with the author of Thessalonians, first that it is at work, next that its native milieu is the church, and by implication the modern institutional complexes which descend from the church, and finally that it is now coming, for those who have eyes to see, into full visibility, into fruition. What Illich doesn't explicitly say is that this mystery is inherent in the incarnation. That is, that it is its necessary and inevitable concomitant, that it belongs to its nature as a worldly occurrence, that, in short, there will never be heaven on earth. And yet he almost says so, both by insisting that the church ought to have centered faith, as he says in Rivers North of the Future, ought to have centered faith on the mystery of evil, and admitting to me, quite unbidden, I don't know if others of you have been struck by this passage, when he says that he can't go on without saying that the more you contemplate the mystery of evil, the more intense becomes the more intense becomes the temptation to curse God's incarnation. An astonishingly strong statement, which I can still remember my astonishment. Illich's thought, as I've come to understand it, returns again and again to an idea that is rarely made explicit: the coincidence of opposites. Contradiction, says Simone Weil, is the criterion of the real. We might think back to Cusanus's density of the real. Philosophy has generally insisted, and sometimes called it a law, that contraries cannot simultaneously be true. I think Illich stands finally with Vey. In the years of his, let me give some examples. In the years of his official priesthood, from 1951 to 1969, Illich evoked again and again the idea of a new church, and again said of this new church that it must at the same time be utterly traditional and radically new. In his pursuit of a moderated and sustainable modernity, in his institutional critiques of the 1970s, he sought a balance between opposed domains, vernacular and professional. He claimed that understanding Scripture was like getting a joke, and once said that we don't understand any gospel story unless at the end of it we can smile a smile which comes up from our stomach, from the depths of our being. This again is a tribute to contradiction. We laugh at ambiguities, incongruities, violations of logic. Now, to take a step further on this coincidence of opposites, I think a hallmark of Illich's thought is to distinguish without dividing. The phrase is associated with the English poet and essayist Samuel Taylor Coleridge, but the principle, I think, goes back to the New Testament, and to the parable, which is called the parable of the wheat and the tares in English, the wheat and the weeds, in which Jesus says that the two can be only separated after the harvest. Illich celebrated awareness. Celebration of awareness was the name, I think the carefully considered name, of his first book. He wanted to recognize the difference between things that cannot actually be taken apart without fateful violence. Let me quote again from The Rivers North of the Future. This is a discussion in which I brought up a passage from the letter of James in the New Testament. And Ivan said that charity is a seed. The love between two is a seed. When it grows up, it will be buffeted, and perhaps the stem will even be broken, and it will never come to flower. What we hold on to is the seed. A moment later, he changes the metaphor and speaks of faith as a deep root in the heart. In the same vein, he speaks of the church as a divine bud that will flower in eternity, and as the worldly sign of an otherworldly reality. So you see my point about distinguishing without dividing. The world and the kingdom interpenetrate and yet remain distinct. The kingdom, Illich says, is already accomplished without yet being fulfilled. Well, both can't be true at the same time, or can they? Now, let me try and bring these remarks to a point finally. Illich, I've said, is both an apocalyptic and a non-apocalyptic thinker. He rejects the mythological apocalypse, which informs the popular use of this word, and insists that the apocalypse is a motion of awareness occurring in the present. And that's his non-apocalyptic side. But he also believes that Western history, becoming world history, and church history, becoming modern history, is an inexorable revelation. A revelation, to put it bluntly and simply, of how not to understand the gospel, and a revelation of the mystery of evil, which is, again speaking very simply, that evil and good are inseparable within the terms of worldly existence. And that's his apocalyptic side. Where this points, in my view, is towards the rivers north of the future. And those rivers, according to my interpretation of Paul Celan's enigmatic phrase, arise in the still undisclosed past. The past that will reveal new beginnings when seen through the eyes of an awakened present. English theologian John Milbank speaks of that mysterious place as the unknown future that mankind has missed. Again, the rivers north of the past, as it were, that mankind has missed and must seek to rejoin. The theologians who were Illich's teachers were sometimes grouped under the heading of ressourcement, return to the source, another name for this reinterrogation of the past. T.S. Eliot says at the end of his 4 quartets that the end of all our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time. To arrive where we started and know the place for the first time. All imagine a reappropriation on new terms of what we have been given and what we already have. Now, let's suppose that Illich is right that it is now quite close to the end of the world. But suppose further that if he'd had more time to consider or edit this spur-of-the-moment remark, he might have said quite close to the end of a world rather than the world. That would be consistent with my claim that he did not anticipate what I've called a mythological apocalypse. In the face of this ending, our task will be to bring the unlived past to life and steward it for a future north of the future, not the future that is currently being prepared by the warring gangs of reactionaries that are currently trying to restore modernity's luster, whether by making America great again or by renewing the image of science as immaculate and indefeasible knowledge, or by bringing back objectivity in journalism. There are 100 such projects underway, and they're always trying to go back. But to go back to modernity. They're trying to refresh modern certainties rather than facing their demise. The failure of the church, Illich says, was its refusal to center faith on the mystery of evil, not succumbing instead to what he nicely called a brutal form of earnestness. So what would a church be that did center faith on the mystery of evil, that did understand that supreme folly can never become legislated duty, that did recognize its own shadow? Bonhoeffer looked for a religionless Christianity, whatever that is. Rosenstock-Huessy anticipated an invisible, unlabeled, listening church. Those are his words. Illich spoke of declericalization, powerlessness, and the spirit of celebration. But such a church will have to be invented in practice, not prescribed. What Illich makes us see is that the future of the church is not an idle question of concern only to those who recognize themselves as Christians. Rather, it is the central question of our time. If modernity is the extension of church history, as Illich claims, then we are all Christians, and all following the perverse liturgies of the modern institutions that have been stamped from the church's mold. The apocalypse that surrounds us is the mystery of evil demonstrated. It cannot be addressed until it has first been recognized. And Illich's work, for me, provides the indispensable starting point. Here endeth the lesson.
Thank you, David Cayley, for your beautiful presentation and your reflections on Illich's work, and also for your always again giving us some personal impression also of what you experienced with Ivan Illich. I will now, first of all, excuse me, how do I have to do it? I want to make it differently. Mi aiutate? Come lo faccio? The pointing. Okay, let's do it like that. We want. I would ask now. So the ones who want to put a question or who have questions or who want to discuss or comment, to come here, because David Cayley only sees you when you're here in front.
And well, that's nice. Yes, thank you.
And so the ones who are here in presence, please come here to get into the discussion. The ones who are online, of course, they can stay where they are, but they should nevertheless raise the virtual hand or somehow or write in the chat, so to make themselves seen or that we can have some order in the discussion. This would be great. So are there questions or comments? Fabio Milana, yeah.
Oh.
Wonderful. He's coming to us. We will meet.
Eccolo qua. Hello, David. Forgive my English, of course. No, just one thought. So, you didn't put any emphasis on the theme of the vexata question of the catechon, the one who restrain the man of anomias, the man, the Antichrist, let's say, the man of iniquity, to come at manifestation. And no, I had just a thought about that, and would like to have your opinion. So, thinking to the council, the last council of the Catholic Church, but maybe also to the history of the Church in last centuries, it seems that Catholic Church, for example, but not only Catholic Church, tried to contain in order to restrain something that after this once failed this support, finally comes to manifestation. The Church brought in itself this embryon and put it to maturity with the illusion to can forever contain it within its thought, its pastoral, its etc. Yeah. And when Ivan is speaking to you in the last conversation, the impression is that that effort has failed. And now the apocalyptic moment in the meaning you exposed is next, just because that fetus is coming out and becoming evident. So the perversion of Christianity, the perversion of Christianity, which in the sense I exposed, I can't speak more than that. Hope to have been clear. enough, and thank you. Bye.
Well, Fabio,
yes.
Let me say hello first. It's nice to see you even in this strange form. I don't think I can answer your question. I think you've said as much as I would dare to say. I've never felt I understood I've read my Schmidt. I know something about the Kentekon, but I think what you've said is more or less how I understand the thing, right? That when Ivan says hatching, he means hatching. That there is no more restraining, right? The restraint has, I mean, his early work could be understood as a form of restraining, I guess. The vision of a moderated modernity, of a series of balances, right? He might have been functioning himself as a restrainer in those moments. But I think he was saying at the end, the restraint has been broken. There is no more restraint, and it's time to face the music. So that's how I understand him.
Good, thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Next one was Martin Kirschner.
So thank you so much for this thought-provoking presentation. Thank you very much. I was thinking also with the other presentation in the background, if the world as we know it is coming to an end, what are there bridges between the worlds, between this, what is coming? And as I understood you, well, maybe the metaphors as going from one side to the other are broken in such a situation. And I understood you in a form as if it is like a dialectic, something like that, that we have to confront with the mystery of evil to come into a folly, into what in German is verrückte Sicht of the world, so that we can see it another way, and it may be a kind of messianic turn, something like that. I would be very interested what you think about that. And one second thought, but what maybe might be also a bridge, that in this horror or in this end of a world, there might be a form of conviviality and friendship, or what the Zapatistas call to build a world in which many different worlds can fit. Just some thoughts. So what to do in this situation we are in?
Well, I understand. I mean, my very rough, very loose and inexact analogy is with monasticism. Not that the communities that we will form will be anything like the community formed by Benedict and his brothers or others later, but that there in the movement of Jesuit and then European monasticism, you see a period of, let's say, 400 years before a new society emerges and moves from Cluny into the papacy and into the papal revolution and the beginnings of modernity as Illich understood it. But the point is that there's a long period of incubation. And I think the Zapatista example is apt. There are hundreds of communities, right, in which we share friendship, take care of one another, and do not dream that this world that is emerging can be somehow overcome, right, by some heroic violence. And that's the point of my saying that Illich's distinction is I shouldn't say distinction, same word, that Illich's hallmark is to distinguish without dividing, to say that awareness is precious. And I mean, there are so many examples in his work, but this distinction between the kingdom as an otherworldly reality and the world in which it manifests, but which it can't take by storm, which it can't change except as a leaven, except as an awareness. So all the New Testament metaphors of seed, of leaven are evoked there, and that's how I see it. We have to live in this thing. I mean, we're using this thing so that I can become present to you, and you know, I mean, in 2020 when the pandemic began, I would say I roughly thought this was a satanic technology. And I have since experienced great joy in being able to reach friends in this way and being able to be present, however incompletely to you today, you know, and yet I want to sup. Do you know the English proverb that he who sups with the devil must use a long spoon? So I still want to use it with a long spoon, but I'm grateful to be here. So I think it's friendship, as you mentioned, is crucial in that, but I think it has to be an understanding that this is a long period of re-understanding, rethinking, that we don't know. It's not as if we have the answer and now we just have to convince the others. That was the original mistake, right? That's what Simone Weil says about the original Christians. They thought they had the tiger by the tail, and all they needed to do was devise the appropriate system of pedagogy to bring the rest of the world into line. No, I think we need to be much more cautious and tentative, and to that we don't know, but we know that we can't forsake our tradition, and we know that we can't simply restore our tradition, that we have to live in it and see if we can understand it differently. I mean, what Ivan said again and again, as I said, you know, that a new church would be radically new and radically traditional, is a contradiction. It's nonsense, but it's true. And so it's a living in the question, which is the crucial thing for me, and to recognize that you're not pretending it's a question in some Socratic pose, that whereas just in order to bring the others on board, you pretend it's a question, but you actually know the answer already. I don't think we know the answer already. So.
I think we will come also to this phrase of ridicule, living the questions to find, so that maybe the answers can find us or transform us, something like that. And that maybe in that sense also Giorgio Agamben has something like a philosophical laboratory to find categories for that form of thinking, coming into contact, something like that.
I would absolutely agree with that. Is Giorgio going to appear tomorrow or not? Is it still unknown?
Thank you very much.
We are living with the question.
We'll give him, if he does appear, give him my regards.
We will do that with great joy. So thank you very much. Are there any other questions or comments also from people online? Now there's still the possibility to get in touch, more or less. Yeah, well, then here in the room, there is another person. Maybe you can also present yourself. So who you are, that would be kind. Mm-hmm.
Ciao, David. Can you see me?
Neto!
How's it going?
Oh, how nice.
Good.
I didn't
Yes.
know. I mean, I never could see you, so I never know that you were there or that Fabio was there. Or anything.
Yes.
Well, I knew
Good to
Fabio
talk
was.
to you.
I knew
Oh,
Fabio was
I'm
presenting.
sitting next to Fabio, by the way.
Ah, good. All right. Go on.
Good to
Carry
talk
on.
to you.
Yes.
David, I have, it's not maybe a question, but I'd like to pose a reflection with you, to think with you about something that started to be elaborated in my mind while I was listening to you talking. My comment is, as we face what some have called the diminished expectations, meaning that there's no future anymore. And it's very interesting to be in Europe now, where the last 500 years of the world have been decided and had a fate because of decisions made in Europe. And it's probably the first time in the last 500 years that Europe is completely out of the game. It's the US, China, Russia, Europe. It's not in the discussion of the future anymore. And that seems to be a very interesting soil to be, because it remains presentness. And in an Illich key, to live in a time of what only remains is presentness, is the corruption of the kingdom, which is always at hand. So my question to you is grounded on this. It's really, I'm thinking out loud. I have not elaborated. Of course, I have in the back of my mind Kozelek, the field of experiences and the horizon of expectations. Paulo Arantes is a Brazilian philosopher that I have been reading a lot in the past 2 years. But with Illich, because we think with Illich, the idea of the presentness, which is the time we live today after the end of the world, which has already happened, what remains in the presentness is also the possibility of this long arc of the corruption of the kingdom of God, which is always at hand. So your comments, I don't know, am I on a good track here? Am I going crazy? Yeah, just would like to hear you.
I'm not sure why you speak of presentness, which is a good, and corruption in the same breath.
Because I think presentness today is a consequence of the completion of the future, the project of progress in the future. So this presentness, it's not necessarily a sense of I live in the present and that's good. It's a sense that I have no future. That's why I'm talking in terms of corruption, because it's not a sense of calmness and yes, this is the kingdom.
Okay, I understand you now. I understand you now.
Sorry for not clarifying that. It's in.
Well, this is just right off the top of my head, but the present, of course, never exists because it's the moment at which the past becomes the future. We seize it, we speak of it, we experience it, but it's always past becoming future. So I think the lack of futurity is the lack of a past, inevitably, no? So
yeah.
That search for the rivers north of the future, those rivers, by supposition, must arise in the past north of the past, as it were. So I don't know if a model of that might be Ivan's essay, Research by People, in which he goes back and talks philosophy of technology with Hugh of St. Victor, and shows Hugh's philosophy of technology as one of those seeds, right? A seed that never flowered, a branch that was broken, and the ultimate example, of course, is the gospel. So I think the lack of a future is always related to the lack of a past, which we can use. So I don't know if is that the beginning of an answer or not?
It's the beginning of a reflection, which is all I can ask for. Thank you, David.
So nice to see you. See you in the summer.
Yes, see you in the summer, hopefully.
Good.
Yes, if it's directly, yes, please, Anna.
Okay. Is this the Anna with whom I've been corresponding?
Yes, that's me.
Oh, good. Nice to see you.
Yes, I'm so happy to see you too. I mean, it's always better to be like bodily present, but I'm so happy that we can have you here in this way. So it's perfect. No, I'm quite tired now, so I don't have a very elaborate reflection, but I wanted to throw in a quote from Illich that we can think more on in this regarding the last comment. And it's from Ivan Illich in Conversation. I like this quote so much, so it's very close to my heart. But it's on page 282, and he says, I think it is a necessary condition for thinking and reflecting, both with meaningful and sensual words and clear and distinct ideas, to know that we have no future. There might be a tomorrow, but we have no future about which we can say anything or about which we have any power. We are radically powerless and engage in conversation because we want to find out ways of extending our budding friendships to others who, with us, can enjoy the experience of their own powerlessness and our joint powerlessness. Well, I will end there, but I like the continuation as well, where he comes to hedonism and celebration and so on. But it's related, of course, to the question, maybe it's a good thing that we have no future, or Illich could show us the way to reflect on the no futurity as something, a positive sign as well, or, it's always intertwined, of course, with that. So it wasn't really a question to you, it was just for further reflections. But if you have any comments, I would love to hear them.
Well, what is my comment? Only that I agree with him, and that I think the messianic future is always distinguished from the projected present, right? Or the managed future, which is projected from the present, so that throughout his life, to hell with the future, we have no future, is always in order to protect the messianic future. So that I think again the opposites, the contraries, are there. Yeah, but I think he did see the closing of the future, as it were, as something that could be a joy to us in coming to be with one another and to be present at the moment. And there's a long there's a whole section in his wonderful essay, How Shall We Pass on Christianity, which is also in The Powerless Church, where he talks about this and says, you know, that the Eucharist is always a gallows meal, a remembrance of the Last Supper, that we always are living on the edge of the end if we are living within that Eucharistic spirit, and yeah, so that his question, how shall we pass on Christianity, is vain in a certain way, he says, because the thing is to get in to find ourselves in the present. Yeah. So anyway, it's a very nice passage that you read, and I'm happy to see you.
Yes, me too.
We have two last questions. So first, Signor Pucci.
Aha, Gianozzo.
Yes.
Oh, nice. This is just a parade of old friends. This is so good.
David, I'm so happy to see you.
Yes, mutual.
Last time was very quick, and so
I know. And vexed.
Now, Ivan told me once that I don't remember if it was Paul VI, the Pope Paul VI, or some other important person in the church, that told him that he would have done a lot of harm to the Catholics. And so from that moment on, he stopped speaking to Catholics. And so he started speaking only in what we say in Latin, in partibus infidelium. But he even told me that you were the best interviewer that he ever met. And one of the fantastic work that you did was exactly on this book, on Corruptio optimi. It is very inspiring even now. And today we are here to think theologically about this book and about this message. And thinking theologically, I ask you, if during this long interview that you did to him, did you manage to have some hint on how can we develop our faith in spite of corruptio optimi? This is my question. I'm sorry. Eh?
Yeah, okay. How can we develop our faith in spite of corruptio optimi? Well,
well, I leave you.
Yes, I think for me, I mean, he makes various remarks about what is good in our time, right?
Yes.
That to live in an age, he says, of scaffoldless hope, for example. Do you remember that? Scaffoldless hope.
Yes.
That the lack of scaffolding, whether it's social or philosophical or metaphysical, whatever it is, he sees as an advantage in a certain way that we are thrown into hope itself, right? We understand hope then because its scaffolding has been removed. He says in another passage that because the very idea of God, I shouldn't say idea of, but because God has become obscure to so many, that we are more enabled to see and feel and meet God in one another than we were when we were under the sway of some divine tyrant that we thought we knew what it was. So is that sort of what you're thinking of, that these hints And there's the beautiful passage at the end of the book where he talks about his current living situation, right? And says that it's been a gift to him to meet the younger ones who live in disillusionment, who live between ages, as it were, who live without a full mythological, cultural scope, without an elaborated mythology or metaphysics of any kind, that it enables them to be present to one another, to depend on one another in a way that they might not with a more developed ideology. So those are the three things that come to mind in response to your question.
Thank you. I think also the losing of hope puts us in front of, how do you say in English, il gioco? We can play in our life. You know, gratitude.
This is an idea that I found often in Giorgio Agamben's work, that when we lose, just as we are losing something, we gain its essence. So the ruination of language brings us into the presence of what language is. It gives us the possibility of renewal. Just as scaffoldless hope allows us a fuller experience of hope. So
all my best.
God bless you. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much. We have one last question, and then we finish this first afternoon and evening.
Yeah, it's time for your dinner, no?
Hello, David. You may remember me. We met twice, once in Germany and one last year in San Gerbone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Leonardo, my name. Okay, yeah. Just to recall you my face.
Yeah.
And you gave me a little hint last time we saw each other, and you were talking about Cusanos. And we were talking about the Murus Paradisi, the wall of paradise.
Yes.
And in a certain way, we are still living this myth. There is no way back to the Garden of Eden. But what Cusanos says in his De Visione Dei, on the vision of God, on God, translate as you want, the only way we have to taste the coincidentia oppositorum, the coincidence of opposites, is to mount on the wall. There is no way to go over the wall, but to stay on the wall. And this is a wonderful image somehow. It reminds me to the image, to the metaphor of Illich, who saw himself as a head straddler.
Yes.
And this is somehow, I'm asking if we should learn this in this peculiar situation where we are, we have our legs are hanging on one side and the other of this wall. And in this particular way, we are sort of shading reality in direction of a new possibility, or the possibility of a new reality. I mean, reality is something fixed, but on the other side, the possibility, without confusing it with the future, becomes eventually a new beginning. Eventually I have put a lot of meat on the fire, but I don't know. Maybe you can enlighten me.
Well, if I've understood you, I'm getting pretty old, and I'm surprised to have come to a philosophy which seems in a way to be so commonplace. And yet it seems to me that that wisdom consists in holding opposites together, in understanding opposites as in separable, right? Cusanus's image, I think, of the wall of paradise is that we know there's something beyond the wall, and I think he says that there's an opening in the wall through which angels are coming and going, right?
Yeah, angels, but the hole is
No.
guarded by an angel holding the firing sword.
Yeah, not us, but angels. But that they are beyond the wall is unity, right?
Yes.
Beyond
Yeah,
the wall
exactly.
beyond the wall is silence.
Yeah.
Beyond the wall is unity. But as soon as things emerge into manifestation, they split. They become double. They become opposites. And that, in my understanding, is the condition of a world. It's what Simone Weil calls necessity. God cannot. God does not interfere with it because that's the very condition of a world. If he touched it, it would dissolve. It would evaporate. But so, yes, Ivan says this again and again. He loves to walk the watershed. He's a hedge straddler, right? Again and again, he hints that incompatible domains must exist together, right? And that this is the paradigm of understanding for me, and what he shows in terms of a reappropriation of the gospel is that it can never be appropriated, right? It can that exactly the church's pretension to administer it, right, is its defeat. I don't know why, but for me, the image of the kingdom that I like best is an image from one of Wendell Berry's novels, in which he compares it to trees reflected on water. Everyone has seen this. It's perfect. It's complete. It's entire. And one pebble will destroy it, right? It's there and it's not there. It's the seed, but it may not come to fruition. So that's what I carry from Ivan, and what I think is the paradigm of how to live. Is that an answer?
So again, living on the edge.
Living on the edge, exactly so. Yeah.
Thank you very much, David.
That's living in interesting times. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay. I think that's a good comment for the end. Living in interesting times. Thank you very, very much, David Cayley, for being with us, for talking to us, for discussing with us, and for taking the time despite all the inconveniences of the last days or weeks. Thank you very much to all of you online and to all of you in presence for this very rich and dense first half day or afternoon. We are now concluding this first evening, and I please the ones who are online, if you want to join us again tomorrow, then use the same link in the morning from Sant'Anselmo. In the afternoon, then you can watch or follow us via the YouTube links from the Gregorian University. But for the morning, you will need the same link from Sant'Anselmo, which we have used now. We'll start tomorrow at 9 o'clock again here in this room. And so I will end now the online meeting. Thank you very much again, and hopefully see you tomorrow. Good night, good evening, or David, what's the time now in Canada?
It's lunchtime for me.
Okay, good.
Dinner time for you. And Isabella, can I just say thank you?
Oh, well.
I hadn't expected a parade of old friends to be my reward.
Well arranged.
to be my reward, but it was. So thank you. Bless you all. Goodbye.
Very welcome. Thank you. Good evening. So